All right, I'm gonna go to bed. What do you guys want to watch tonight? You look so fat today. I know. Hunter is pushed to the.
Know your land, know your prey.
Get it on. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I don't want to be POW.
Time to maybe start setting up some booby traps.
Shit, this place is wrong. There's gonna be so much easier than taking an hour looking for videos. I'm gonna do it. Do it in Scram. I might watch this in my bed on my phone, actually, to go to bed. I loved Survivor Men growing up. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Alright. I'll probably see you guys like 9 a.m.-ish. Same time. One video? Nah, it's like, it's just gonna play. All of them. Anyone know what you got done? I got like 130 pieces today. Yesterday I got like 50 pieces. Today like 130. Tomorrow, we might get 300 pieces tomorrow.
It's hard to get any word in with this clown.
Who is watching this all night? Bro, fuck off. I'm watching this all night. Just do chat request. Bro, why can't one person say good job, man? Like, y'all always gotta be dickheads, man. I had a good date today. And y'all just been dicks the whole time. Not one person can say, nice, E-Money. What up, Oh Noah Goat? Oh man, begging for praise? No, it's not. I don't even care if you praise me. Don't say nothing. Uh-oh. What happened? Everything went black. Put a playlist together, bro? No, I'm just gonna play this tonight. I'm tired of doing playlists. I'm out of videos, bro. I feel like I've watched every good video on YouTube. Swear to God. I'm out of them. Survivor Man's good though. It's like Outdoor Boys, kinda, a little older. He does like camps all by himself. He's like his cameraman and everything. He has no team, just him. All right, you guys enjoy your night. I'll see you in the morning, bright and early, for another 14 hours, 15 hours of this.
Good job, King. I know you need some praise too, E-Money73 for hating so hard, but you make it so easy.
Good, but should we leave for 8 hours? Bro, you... Okay, I hope to God none of you sit here for the whole 8 hours and watch it. I hope you don't. Like, this is just so I don't leave. I could just go to bed like this and just leave my camera, stay in my house. I could just go sleep right there, and then you guys just watch me sleep. I'm kidding. All right. Good night. Please mute your mic. I will. No more snoring. Was my snoring that bad? All right, deuces. Beach. They said so. I don't want to go beach. Stop saying TV tars, bro. I'm gonna open this shit on my phone. And I want to be able to read chat.
I just heard something big crack.
The Canadian North is one of the most vast areas of wilderness on the planet. The forest here, reaching from Newfoundland to the Rocky Mountains, is the largest tract of unbroken forest in the world. Every year, nearly 2,000 people are lost out here and have to face dangers ranging from the biting cold, exposure, starvation, and even predators. This week, I'm stranded here miles from the closest human being. I have 7 days to not only survive, but find my own way out, all without shelter or water, and with only one match.
Woo! Whew. Canadian North is magnificent this time of year. Nights are clear and cold, and the bugs are all gone. And if you're lucky, you get to experience the first winter snowfall. I'd love to reward myself with a late fall canoe trip. Problem is, when you're completely alone, if something does go wrong, it's serious. All right, here we go.
Even the most experienced paddlers can be hit with the "it can't happen to me" syndrome.
In most cases on a river like this, canoe can be gone for days downstream. Camera crew leaves me alone now, completely alone. I'm soaked to the bone. It looks like it's going to rain. And the sun's about to set. 7 more days.
The first thing I have to assess is my situation and get my head straight. The decisions made after an accident like this often define whether you're going to survive or not.
It's the hikers that often, or lost hunters that often have panic set in. They don't think about making a shelter, they don't think about sitting down and staying calm. Often what happens is they just take off and they start going pretty much as fast as they can to try and get out, because they're certain that just around the corner is going to be the trail that they lost, or the road, or their car, or wherever, the parking lot, wherever it was they left to go on that hike. Generally speaking, though, they never find it. Let's just see what's in the pack. All right, camera gear. Cheated a little. It's the camera I'm using right now, and there's another tripod and a case, but inside of my rain pants, spare fleece is gonna help. Yeah, my hat, a handful of cashews, and there's a little bit of beef jerky in there. One match, and a Swiss Army knife. Got a great discovery over here on this side of the river. This big flat rock is gonna be a great spot for me to get a huge fire going to try and dry out. The good news is that it's not raining yet. The bad news is that it's snowing. Not very much, but it's snowing. I better get the fire going soon. This big rock area in here might make for a great shelter area if I can build a big fire all along here and reflect the heat back to me later in the night. This guy's a little bit in the way. Would have helped a lot more if I'd had an axe. Gathering firewood without an axe, it's not easy. You're reduced to pretty much a lot of small wood. Takes a lot of gathering. Okay, time to use up a one match. Because I gotta get dry, and I gotta get dry quick.
Success with my one and only match. It's been over an hour since I fell in the water, and I've remained soaked to the skin ever since on this cool autumn day, in great danger of hypothermia.
You know, it took me probably nearly 2 hours to get those clothes dry. Now my job is just to keep that fire going as long and as hot as possible. But night is coming in on me quick. And it's not going to be a warm one. In a couple of hours, or at least when this fire dies down, I'll just sit here and wait for it. I'll then push all the coals up against the big rock, take all these boughs, put them down, and sleep on top with a nice warm bed. Basically all the heat from the rock coming up through the boughs. I call it my Jeremiah Johnson shelter. Now actually it's not a shelter at all. If the wind picks up or if the rain comes down heavy or wet snow, I have a long wet night.
Hypothermia could chill me to the bone and kill me quickly. But it isn't the only danger I'm faced with in this remote Canadian wilderness. Most times, hypothermia doesn't occur in the winter. It happens now, in the fall of the year, when the snow and the freezing rain can catch you by surprise. But there's more. This is the rutting season for the bull moose. And at this time of year, it's the most dangerous animal in North America.
Okay, this is pretty much how I spent my night. Like this. Actually, the boughs on the ground and heating the rock up like that worked really well. The rock is actually still warm to the touch. So I was pretty warm for about the first 3 hours maybe or something. After that though, even with the warmer ground, without having anything over top of me, it just started getting pretty cold. Fortunately it didn't rain. I just heard something big crack. Holy crap. What an incredible sight. I'm trembling. I'm completely trembling right now. I feel a lot better now that I saw that it was a cow moose. I'm trembling because had that been a male bull moose in the rutting season, of which we are in the height of, and I'm in major moose territory, is hands down the most dangerous animal in Canada, bar none. They're absolutely an insane creature during this time of year. 1,500 pounds of absolute rage. And I have been chased and put up a tree before by a huge bull moose during the season. I mean, she's past my camp, but now I'm going to be wondering who's on her trail, because I'm sure she's got a bull or two not too far behind her. I'm trying to get myself further up from the water's edge, and I can feel it getting warmer even right now. Just coming up about 20 feet or so up the hill, you can just feel the temperature difference as you go up in grades, and that's good. So I'm looking for a good shelter spot. I think something's over here. Yeah. So here, check this out. That's not bad. Not bad at all. It does feel warmer up here. There's rocks there, there's sand. It's a little damp here. It's not going to be comfortable, but it's going to work. I'm going to put all these rocks, make a fire pit, so I can have a bit of warmth. That's under the assumption, of course, that I can make a fire without matches. And I'm up for the challenge.
Every location is different, but if I'm to survive 7 days in Canada's north in the fall, shelter is a high priority.
Probably by far the safest way to break a branch is like this. You're protected from getting hit with the branch as it breaks. It's a lot better than jumping on it.
In the north, an axe holds the same importance as a machete does in the jungle. Without one, survival is extremely difficult.
These spruce boughs actually shed the rain really nicely. I'm not going to be super dry in this thing, but I'll be a heck of a lot drier than I was last night, that's for sure. And I didn't get rained on, but I was wide open. At least this way I've got some protection. I like to actually kind of poke the branches in so that they're nice and smooth like this. You don't really have to, you can just throw them on, but this way all the rain sort of goes with the flow of the boughs. Even if I can't get my fire going tonight, at least I'll be a little more comfortable in here and a little more protected, if not warmer. Sometimes the only way to get yourself a nice sharp edge is to smash a rock. This is dangerous though. End up getting it hit back up in your eye or something. Well, let's see how this goes. Nope. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I figure I might as well use my rock that I split open here because it'll extend the life of my knife and not dull the blade. That's why also if you can get fires going without matches, even when you have matches, it means you'll have matches for that much longer. All I want is this fluffy cedar bark here. It's good fire starting tinder.
In the fall in the Canadian wilderness, fire is a major priority. My one match was gone long ago, leaving me to start a fire the way it's been done since the dawn of man, by rubbing two sticks together.
These guys here are nicknamed tinder fungus. Let's find out why. Well, I hope I didn't do something stupid here, because I've never tried using this fungus method before, and it's starting to get already a bit dusk on me. I made a decision. It was either add a lot more onto the shelter, so I'm protected from the rain, which looks like might be coming in, or get a fire going, and I opted to try for a fire. Let's see, so I've got my fire bow, which is just the bow and the bootlace, and the spindle, straight and dead and dry, and then to push it all down, I've got this bearing block. It's just a piece of wood, and I've gouged out a hole to hold it all down. And then the bottom end of these funguses here. Let's give them a shot. Oh, man. Guess I should have practiced this one at home. I've only ever seen this done. Oh man, this is useless. Okay, I know somewhere out there's some wise bush guy who's saying, "Oh, come on, it's easy." You know, this is working, but it's killing my toes. I'm gonna grab some cedar. Now this method I'm more familiar with, so let's try it. Put a little hole in here to start off. Oh, it spins pretty good. Oh, that's better. Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's a good sign. But you see, it just scatters all around the top here. And it's got to have a place to go. All that dust has to have a place to collect and form like a little ember. So I'm going to cut a notch in the side, sort of V. There we go. Now hopefully that little notch there will give it a place, all the ash place to fall. Come on. I probably should have just kept going on the shelter, covered all in so I don't get rained on. I'll be cold, but at least I'll be dry. If I don't get to, and that way I start the fire in the morning and put all the materials aside. If I don't get this fire going now. Yeah.
Once I see smoke, it's my signal to keep going, not to quit. And I have to remember to breathe. I've got to give it all I can and then carefully stop so I don't knock everything flying. I don't think there's anything more important than getting my fire going during this damp, cold season.
This looks good. This looks good. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I better move the spindles out of the way. Oh, crap. Shoot. Talk about panic. I got no wood ready. That's about as stupid as it gets. All right, well, there's enough here from the other fire. I'm gonna build it up nice and high, and then I'll take it into the shelter with me, so I've got it there for the night.
Carrying the fire more than 100 yards through the thick bush was a lot easier said than done.
All right, here's what I got. Now I gotta get my way all the way to the other shelter. Whew. I'm not gonna make it. That was interesting. I tried to make myself a torch to take to the shelter. Got to be a little too much. I'm gonna have to try that again, because I gotta get a fire over to the shelter somehow. Sorry I didn't bring you with me on that one. It's just too much work trying to carry the fire and the camera at the same time. Before it gets too dark, all I'm gonna do now is gather some firewood. Lots of it.
The rule of thumb is, look at your firewood pile. When you first think you have enough, then make it 5 times bigger if you want to make it through the night. There's nothing worse than running out in the dark.
Well, I made it through the night all right. It's a lot better being protected with this shelter. It got too dark on me too quick and I ran out of time to cover over the shelter more, but it only rained just a little bit, so I wasn't too bad off. And even with my feet getting pretty cold, just being able to warm my face and hands up by the fire or turn around and put my feet by the fire made a big difference. Now I better get this shelter covered over some more. So in case any foul weather does come in, I'll be protected.
I have to start thinking about food. In northern Canada, there's about an 8-week window to gather wild edible plants. After that, if you don't hunt or fish, you'll starve.
Any bit of extra little bit of sustenance I can get is going to be helpful. And here's some yellow wood sorrel. Got a lemony taste to it. It's just a delicate little plant. Grows around wet areas like beaver dams and swamps and moist woods. Not a lot of calories, but at least it's got some vitamins to it.
I don't know if this is true, but I've always done it. I drink a lot of water and mark my territory all around my camp, and hopefully it'll serve as a signal to bears passing by that they shouldn't come in this area. I could be fooling myself, though.
Finding a piece of birch bark like this is great. If you just cut down the center of it, you can take it out, open it up, and you've got yourself a nice shingle, which is going to help to get keep you from getting wet. This is actually a good place to find grubs and worms and things that you can throw in the stew pot if you want. But maybe you can also find grubs and things for bait, carpenter ants, and big juicy creepy crawlies. Cook them all up in a nice pot of water and you've got some sustenance there. Oh. Well, there's something I wasn't counting on. Well, I left to get some more boughs and some more firewood. I came back and all the underside of the tree roots here were on fire. There was flames coming up, and I had to quickly grab a rock and scrape them all down to put out the fire. Well, that's the last thing I want here, even though I want to be warm tonight. That's not the kind of warm I'm talking about. So I'm gonna have to make use of some of the dirt that's here and pack this in and put a couple of big rocks there to protect this whole underside from catching on fire again. You gotta remember that, man, what I'm making here is one big gigantic tinder bundle. Just staying alive can be dangerous. Ever since I got here, there's been a couple of red squirrels chattering around me all day long. And what I'm making here, well, it's called a figure 4 deadfall. If there's squirrels or rodents like rats or mice around, it works just about on any location to help up the odds of getting some sustenance. And you know, a little bit of meat in my belly tonight would go a long way towards making me warmer, I'm sure. If I can get this to hold, it's like a little hairpin trigger. Ah! Damn. Okay, so this part's a little too big. Try that again. Come on. Decided to make a whole new set, smaller. And I grabbed a different rock too. Ow! 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 Last thing I want to do is break a finger. Ow! Ah! Let's try this again. See if I can get this one to work. I don't know what's up today, and I definitely pinched my thumb. You know, it's only a pinched thumb, but out here, every injury is magnified because it's just that much more discomfort you've got to go through when you're out here. Whoa!
I forget to put the bait right on the stick before I lay the trap, so now I have to lay it all around. This could turn out to be a foolish waste of my only food.
But one thing I know I can do right now is this sort of creaky area has got pond lilies, and at the base of them is big tubers full of starches and nutrients, but water is freezing cold, so I'm not looking forward to this. As long as I don't get too cold, it'll be worth it to get the calories.
In just a week or two, these lakes and ponds will start to freeze over for the winter. Right now, it already feels like they're cold enough to form ice.
Oh, that's cold. I don't know if this is even worth it. My body, my core temperature has dropped pretty good because of being in the water like that. Without any food energy in me now, I'm just getting, I'm losing my energy. I don't have the wherewithal to bother trying to cook this thing up tonight or in any way. Maybe tomorrow.
Besides, sun's going down and I gotta get another big pile of firewood ready to make it through the night.
In the northern bush, you've got a scant 6 or 7 weeks of picking wild edibles. While the thought of blueberries and raspberries seems ideal, food to actually survive on is another story. Breakfast. At least these are pretty safe for me to eat. I'm hoping they'll just be bland and give me the nutrients and energy I need right now.
Kind of feels like a roasted marshmallow. Oh, let's hope it tastes like one. Ah. Oh, God, that's horrible. Oh, okay. Let's try boiling it. Oh. I'm gonna try and soften up these tubers a bit and maybe kill some of the flavor by... Ooh, stuck to my glove. By pulling these hot rocks in and basically trying to boil the water in my hat. Fortunately, the hat is a heavy, heavy cotton, I think, so it's holding the water okay. You just keep doing this, you keep replacing hot rocks until you bring the water to a boil. In this case, I'll even cover it over. As it was pretty bitter and acrid tasting, just roasted, but maybe this will soften down the flavor a bit.
I suppose if I was just at home fasting for a week, I'd be okay. But not so when I have to film everything, build shelters, start fires without matches, and climb through thick bush all day.
How appetizing is that?
I really need food so I can function.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's still bitter, but not as bad, I guess. Oh, I gotta get this into me though. I'm starving. I'm really, really hungry. And if I don't get some food into me soon, I'm just gonna get weaker and weaker, and all my energy levels is just dropping down. So I'm gonna have to bear with this. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, what goes down must come up. It was just too much and too bitter for my stomach to handle. And I hate being sick in the bush. I hate the thought of killing anything, but as a matter of survival, all creatures are fair game.
Finally, some meat. Escargot, anybody? It's not squirrel meat, but I wish it was. But at least it's gonna be better than pond lily tubers, I can tell you that much. Let's crack one of these guys open, see what we got here. These guys, they're all over the place. Now that I know they're here, I'm gonna just check out all the rocks all the way around this shoreline to see how many of these I can find. I did find a second one right off the bat. There we go. How's that look anyway? Ah, just kidding. I'm gonna roast it on the fire now, on a rock. All I need is some garlic butter. Meat. I'll let the snails cook for a while on the fire, put some more punky logs on, and as you can see, we're back to this again. Just an all-day drizzle, it seems like. At least it's not snow. That's a cold wind that keeps coming in here every once in a while. It just feels like winter coming in, you know. Well, it probably doesn't look all that bad on camera, but trust me, it's a downpour. In fact, just a few moments ago, it was also thick snow as well.
And like an idiot, I've got rain pants and I haven't been wearing them. They've been rolled up in my pocket the whole time. I'm gonna go hide in my little shelter. Enough of this. Okay, well, I'm in my little shelter. I'm actually dry in here. The shelter's keeping me pretty dry. The fire's out though. I figured it's a lot easier to put a couple of big punky logs on that big outside fire and let it sit out the rain than to try and feed this one for the next couple hours. For one thing, it would just use up all my small firewood that I need in the middle of the night. So now I just wait. Here's one cold, wet fire. Nothing burning there. Not only is it raining and doesn't look like any chance of breaking, but look at this. My deadfall is still standing, but the food's gone. It was so stupid I didn't stick the little bit of jerky right onto that twig, onto that branch. It would have had to pull at it. Instead, I was being lazy and, oh man, and I'm paying for it now. This is not the breakfast I was hoping for. It's been about 48 hours, I think, of non-stop rain. I haven't filmed, I haven't done anything. I just huddled in my shelter and I slept. At least it didn't seem to be that cold, I guess, with the cloud cover. So I did sleep a lot. After 2 days of solid rain, it was a matter of get up, dry out a bit, shake it off, and start planning my escape. I know there's a highway off to the east, and it could be 5 kilometers, could be 50 kilometers. I don't remember how far. With any luck, maybe it'd only take me a day. I don't know. I was gonna get hiking. With it raining for 2 days nonstop, I thought, well, I didn't want to go ahead and eat that snail without you and not share the meal with you. So I still have it. Actually, my 2 little snails. I still need some garlic butter with them. Okay, so that's it. 2 snails, 3 cashews today, and a little bit of jerky. Oh, and I'm just raring to go. You know, sometimes the decision to stay or go is made for you. Like, what if you're 100 miles from anywhere and you know there's no way of hiking out? Other times, it's just a very critical decision that you simply must make right in the beginning. Am I going to stay? Am I going to go? Well, you know, can I stay? Is there a place, is there a way of getting food around here? Holy mackerel. This just keeps getting, it's like the forest is closing in on me here. You know, can I get food? Can I make shelter? Is anybody even going to come looking for me? Heck, does anybody even know I'm gone? And am I able to move around? Am I capable of traveling? These are all important questions you've got to ask before you make the decision to move. On the other hand, you might make it out to safety before anybody even knows you're gone. I hate that feeling like you've lost your sense of direction. Huh. Okay, look at this. Well, the moss only grows on the north sides of trees, you know. You can see all the moss here. And this is definitely the north side. I can tell by the sun right now, this is definitely the north side of the tree. And then it's clear over here. So that works out pretty true, but you know what? A lot of times, it's not true at all. I've seen thousands of trees where the moss is just circled all the way around, and you know, you can't use it as a gauge. Look, here's another tree just over here. Same thing again, that's the north side of the tree. So in this case, you know, that's a bit of a bearing for me, and I'm gonna use it because I wanna go due east.
I've come to yet another lake. Pretty much hit it right at the tip end of it here, because it's a long lake. It would have been a long lake to walk around, so good news is some treats for me here. It's not the right season, but still helpful. Let's see what it's like. These guys, like in June, all down in here is actually quite fresh, and in my mind, it's actually even quite tasty. And they're full of starches and nutrients. I have a feeling, yeah, it's pretty old in the season, but it's already gone woody on me. Not much chance of eating that. I can always use the top end. It's good for tinder. It's good for stuffing for my clothing to keep me warm if I needed it, or it's good fire starter. This stuff goes up just like gasoline. You put a little spark to it.
My mantra in a situation like this, keep moving ahead. But I've got to deal cautiously and carefully with every obstacle that I encounter. Icy creek crossings, lakes to get around, thick, tangled bush. There's no room for bravado or carelessness when you're alone in the bush.
I see something over there that's good to take hold of right now. Grab what I can while I can. Birch bark. You know, from an environmental perspective, I don't like denuding the forest of anything. And even in taking this birch bark, you know, I'm just taking, I'm in a survival situation, so, you do whatever you have to do to survive. But I'm just taking, you know, the dead hanging bark, or looking for a tree that's already on the ground and pulling the bark off that, rather than stripping the tree all the way around. That can kill a birch tree. Well, that creek wasn't so tough to jump over. This lake is another story. It's a long, thin lake, and it's right in my path. Probably go that way. I estimate at least 2 kilometers extra just to get around this lake. Man, it's windy and cold now. It's clear, but it's certainly getting colder, in spite of how beautiful it looks. I've been walking and walking, and I thought, you know, well, either I'm going to hit that highway or at least another lake, and I'll stay by a lake. I'd feel better for some reason waiting beside a lake for the night to pass. That's not happening, and there's only maybe like an hour and a half, maybe an hour of sunlight left, so I'm going to use that time to build a big fire here, if my fire bow will work again, and just pull an all-nighter beside a fire. It's cold, and I'm cold from getting in and out of that water. Ow! Woohoo! Oh, yeah. I'm just going to spend the next hour left of sunlight gathering firewood and some boughs to sleep on, and that's it. Then I'm getting up and out of here as soon as I can. But I'm too tired and too chilled to keep walking. The whole psychological part of being completely alone really comes into play here. The purpose of the fire is to keep away the boogeyman and all things that go bump in the night. Because it's could be spooky out here, because I'm right in the thick of it, just in the middle of the forest. I'm going to warm up these rocks, and at different times, just in intervals, when they're not too hot, just warm, and take them and just tuck them right inside, up against the cold areas, the small of my back, and like little mini hot water bottles. That'll help. That'll keep me warm, like on my back end here tonight. Well, the front's warm by the fire, the back will be warm by these rocks. It keeps snowing off and on, just little tiny light flakes. Hopefully it won't come on any thicker. I just hope this passes through quick. I gotta go get my other coat on.
I have one more day to find a road, or some kind of help. After that, the crew will put a helicopter in the air and look for me.
Oh man, you know, layering's been great. Being like dressed in layers when you're out in a place like this, because you're cold at night, but during the day you're trying to, you know, get out of here, get rescued or escape, and you overheat really quickly. So I just keep stripping down layer upon layer until you know, I'm comfortable and I'm not sweating. Sweating's the worst thing. If I start to sweat, oh, it just makes the nights miserable, because then you just get those chills, you know, and that's not fun. Oh, something. Looks like another creek. No. Hey. Oh, this is a nice sign for the weary wanderer. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, now I got a decision to make. Do you follow them? Or do you keep going east because you think there's a highway over there? You could go up the railway tracks and be right around the corner from, you know, an establishment. On the other hand, you could be 250, 300 kilometers from the next junction. And maybe the place that's close is that way, and you go that way. In this case, my decision, I think, is just to keep going east. I'm gonna take the chance.
I know what you're thinking. He should follow the tracks. The thing is, I know without a shadow of doubt that the road is due east, and not much farther. I'm going with a sure thing.
Well, here I am, yet another night. I really thought I was gonna make it out by the end of tonight, except, you know, the sun's going down, and here I am at another lake. I gotta traverse around. This sucks. I'm gonna curl up somewhere beside a tree, I guess. That'd be fun.
As I try to sleep, I'm still panicking at having made a wrong decision about my route. I know where I paddled into, and I was fairly confident on where I had to go to get out, due east. What could go wrong? But my guess was maybe one really long day of walking, not 3.
Hey, this is a good sign, a hydro line. It's not always that good of an idea to follow them, though. These things can go miles and miles in either direction. And the thing about hydro lines is they can go right up and over lakes and swamps and just keep going. And you can't. I'm just gonna keep heading east. I gotta stick to my guns, carry on. Because it doesn't necessarily mean salvation when you find a hydro line. Whew. Means I'm getting close, though.
Now I'm desperate. I just want to get out. I start making the mistake of letting myself get wet. I know the producers will be looking for me. Every time I come up to water, I just don't care anymore. And before you know it, my pants are starting to get soaked. A dangerous situation if I'm stuck outside one more night.
These burned over areas can be a lot of tricky climbing and scrambling. But I happen to love this burned over area. Why? Because I can hear the highway. Hear it? Yeah, I can see it. My feet are freezing. That's a little tired, I won't stop. Hey, yeah, all right. Yeah. Hey, thanks a lot. is. Yeah, it looks like a bark scorpion. An awfully big one. Don't know if that's the kind of guy I want to pop in my mouth alive. See him nipping onto my finger there? Like I said, they're actually quite tasty.
Bordering both North and Central America, the Sonoran Desert stretches from Mexico to Colorado, taking in both Arizona and California. At best, it may see 10 days of rain per year. In the desert, rivers have no water. Plants are so spiny that you dare not reach out to catch your fall. The dry heat and wind suck the moisture out of you quicker than you can replenish it. The animals here have to be prepared to survive the extremes. There is nothing average about this place.
This is the American Southwest, a desolate, rough, and rugged landscape. The hottest of the North American deserts. Anyone stranded out here has only 2 or 3 days to find water before they die of dehydration. For the unwary traveler, the desert can be deadly. One small mistake can turn an afternoon off-road drive into a tragedy.
After the crew shoots the opening scenes, they'll leave me alone with a broken down dirt bike in the middle of the desert. It's something that could happen to anyone, but in my case, at least I know that 7 days later, my support crew will come looking for me.
Yeah, right. Oh, the bike? Well, the camera crew took the good one and left me alone with this piece of junk. Alone for 7 days, and one dead motorbike. This is not the place you want to be stranded. Sun's setting quick. I've got some warmer clothes in the pack I'll put on. It's just way too late in the day now to make any kind of shelter. Oh man. So I'm just gonna sit here for the night. It gets really hot here during the day. Hot enough to dehydrate you quickly. But at night, it still gets below freezing.
Day 2. 6 more days to go.
Well, I certainly didn't sleep much last night. Got pretty cold. Enough to put frost on the bike and everywhere else too. Let's see, I've got my camera gear. I've got basically just the clothes on my back. Enough water for a couple of days anyway, a few days, although it's getting up to 80 degrees and 90 degrees every day. And I should have just one snack bar. Well, let's see what I can get off of this bike anyway. Sun's been up for barely 10-15 minutes. Already it's getting hot. You know, if you're lost in the middle of the desert with little chance of rescue, there's no point in being squeamish about your equipment. I'm gonna vandalize this thing, see what I can use.
That could come in handy. Get a couple more of those. All this wiring could make great cordage. You always need rope when you're lost or stranded. All right, I've managed to scrounge up a few things off the bike. Got some rope material, maybe make something for digging out of this. And I got these prongs, or not prongs, I've got these spokes, which I can use like a three-pronged spear. I'll probably do something with the seat, but the only thing I left back there was the rubber tires, and I can cut them off later and either burn them for black smoke as a signal fire or make strapping out of them. But this area has no shade for me, and it's pretty dusty, and it's getting hot, so I'm gonna see if I can find a better location. And also, maybe some food. This is all so new to me. Below freezing at night and intensely hot during the day. And as far as I can see, rocks and cactus. It's gonna be tough to find water here. You know, walking down through this wash here is about the flattest area I can find. Whenever I thought of the desert, I always thought of it being pretty flat, you know? Flat and sandy. In fact, it's anything but. It's all rock and hills, some of them quite steep, and just about every single plant that you pass wants to stick you with something. Every time I step over one of those little plants, it makes it sound like a rattler snake. I'm just going to stroll the ways and see what I can find. Some wild edibles. It really doesn't matter where you look around here. It's just desert, as far as you can see. Here, let me show you what I'm seeing. More than 100,000 square miles. That's the Sonora Desert. These washes are a good place to find different variety of plants for eating, that's for sure. It's not the snakes and scorpions that worry me. It's running into a pack of wild peccaries. They're vicious little guys, and their tracks are all over this place. They're kind of like pigs or wild boars, and they may have terrible eyesight, but their sense of smell is excellent, and they'll attack you in numbers in an unorganized and wild fashion. These Christmas cholla look like they'd be nice and juicy, and you just pick some off and rub off the fluffy hairs on them and pop them in your mouth and they'd be good. Well, in fact, it's true, they are good to eat. They were even part of the traditional diet in this area. What they're covered with are little spines called glochids. And if you miss one glochid and leave it on there and pop that in your mouth, you're gonna know about it for days. It sticks in your tongue and it just aches. So you really have to clean them off. And on it goes until it's completely clean of all the glochids. Okay, there, I just spent like maybe 10 minutes just trying to get all the tiny, tiny little hair-like glochids off of this Christmas cholla. It's good, just a lot of work. I gotta find a way of staying warmer tonight, getting up off the ground and protected from above. This grass should go a long way towards helping me stay warm. But I'm using my gloves because what makes me really nervous here is this is a perfect place for rattlesnakes to be laying. They like the heat of the grass. There must be some moisture under the ground here for all of this carrizo cane to be growing here. I've got my blanket with my grass. I'll use this carrizo cane for my mattress, I hope. And I was hoping to turn this bed into something comfortable. The sun's setting pretty quickly, as always. Oh, there. when I do finally settle in, it'll be something like this. Who knows, might even be warm. I sure hope there's no spiders in there. Black widow, that is. Oh, comfy.
I knew that seat would be good for something.
Well, it was pretty warm for most of the night underneath that grass. Last little bit of the night, the frost came in and it started to get a bit chilled then. And with the sun coming up, it actually doesn't hit down in my gully soon enough, so I'm up here to catch some morning rays. I'm gonna see if I can weave that grass together into a mattress and into a blanket, and see if I can maybe get a fire going as well. Okay, now I've stripped apart all of the wiring that I had taken off of the motorbike, and now I'm just going to make all this grass into these long sort of cylinders here, and I'll start to tie them together in bundles. Sort of, you just come through, make a bundle like this, and then go around the next one in the opposite direction. And basically I'm going to pull the whole thing together and weave through my wiring to tie this whole bit of grass together, and then what that'll do is give me basically a good portable mattress and a good solid mattress that'll hold together well for me. There we go. Just enough wire to make a bed. I'll try for some fire now.
This seat cover will work as a good base for my fire starting to keep things out of the sand.
First, I'm gonna give a good effort to get fire going by using traditional method of this area, the hand drill. Very primitive method. What I've done is, first of all, I got all my tinder bundle, my grass together by hammering it with a rock and making some powder and putting a powder in the middle. And you kind of wrap it with some other grass, and I actually used one of my wires from the motorbike to tie it off and make myself the fire bundle here. I found this spindle just while I was down getting the creosote cane. It's a piece of seep willow, and the baseboard that I'm using is one of the ribs of the sororo cactus, all dead and dried out, and I've just sort of whittled it down to be the right shape for me to work with here. The other thing I did was make this fire lay over here ready to go, just a stick stuck in the ground, and then all the heavier wood put on top. And that way, when your grass goes underneath to light up, the heavy wood doesn't crush it, and you can get a nice good aerated fire to get it going. Now, to do this right, first I had to just find the right place, and then once I've got the spindle settling on the baseboard, I cut out a little notch, and that'll give a place for all the hot dust to fall down into. Now, what I was showing was to try and keep this motion going. If you do the kind of the itsy bitsy spider move, you practice that for a while to get the motion right of what it is you want to do while you make this thing spin. When you're spinning really hard, if you're just spinning in one spot like this and you're just doing little short ones, it's a lot tougher to get it going. So that's the motion I want to try and keep happening. And the last thing is, as you can see, I've been practicing. It's from these blister marks, it's really easy to get blisters doing this. And so as soon as you're sort of stopped, you smack your hands together really hard, so hard that it hurts, but that rushes the blood back into the skin and helps anyway to prevent the blisters from coming on. Let's give this a try.
You really have to suck up the pain as your hands get hotter and hotter.
we go. Put it in the bundle. Carefully. Yeah, baby. Ooh, doesn't that look good? Woo! No more cold nights for me. Ugh. It's gonna be a warm night, and it's gonna keep the peccaries and the mountain lions away from me. This brings in a whole new element of psychological comfort. Yeah. And you know, the beauty about fire in the desert is that there's just dry firewood everywhere, under the mesquite trees and different, everything's gnarled and dried up and dead. So I'll be able to keep this fire going for a good long time. This is great. There he is. Yeah, it looks like a bark scorpion. An awfully big one. Ooh, and he wants to sting me. Look at that thing. The way to eat these guys, what you want to do is hold them down and just cut off the stinger. Look at him trying to sting that. So once you can get the stinger cut off, there. Okay. Now, he shouldn't be much of a problem. Ow! See him nipping onto my finger there? Ow! Like to pinch onto your tongue. Like I said, they're actually quite tasty. Not bad at all. Can't believe I just did that. Not bad at all. Definitely a bark scorpion. Nice and tasty. All this creosote bush is a great plant of the desert. I can use it to make a smudge fire, to cleanse myself. It's also good as about the only thing you can really kind of use when you got to go to the bathroom. Creosote bush has 69 different chemicals that bugs and fungus and different bacteria don't like. So it's a very good, powerful plant for an awful lot of uses.
There may be no water for washing up out here, but you can still feel fresh. The sweet smoke of the creosote bush actually kills much of the bacteria that causes body odor. Most fear is born of ignorance. The sound of the desert seems benign, not spooky like a jungle at night. Here it's birds chirping, the dry breeze, but scorpions, black widows, and rattlesnakes. That's what lie behind the rocks and in the grass. That's what can get into your mind and create fear. Yet the desert, as dry and hot as it is, has been called home by humans for thousands of years.
This is an amazing find. All this wall along here is not natural. It's man-made. Man-made over 1,000 years ago. There's chert here that came from a great distance away through trade networks. Lots of pottery. You know, the camera's sitting in a ruin. There's ruins in all behind me there. This whole hilltop is just one massive multi-room complex. Some people believe that the Pueblo who lived here were actually under a bit of a slavery to the Hohokam and the mound builders from the east, that style of peoples. And around 800 years ago, they simply got fed up and abandoned all of these places. Went on to more fertile ground. These stones here, very obviously brought in. This one here, you can tell, was a bit of a grinding stone. You can even see the scoring from
the grinding, perhaps used to make jewelry of some sort. It's fascinating. These cactus here are kind of famous. It's called barrel cactus, and it's said that if you slice them open and open them up, that they're full of water and you can drink it. And in fact, you see them all growing often over to the side. Supposedly that's because of the weight of the water. Well, that's not true at all. In fact, they're growing over to the side because they're following the sun, just like many plants and flowers. If you do slice them open and try to drink the stuff, it's very slimy, and it actually ends up being worse for you in the end. In fact, it can bring your core temperature down, which can give you some really bad nighttime chills. I suppose that's pretty good in the middle of the day when it's really hot, but the fact is that they don't rehydrate you at all. It's a very slimy, very pasty, slimy kind of substance. So, but what they are good for, you can also get the fruits. Oh! Ow! Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Big time. Ugh. Sorry. Guess he didn't like me taking his fruit just yet. What you do is you don't eat the whole thing. You open this up. The inside is a whole bunch of little black seeds. And they're tasty. Mmm.
There's no point in rationing water in the desert. The moisture is sucked from your body in this dry heat so quick that you can't hope to quench your thirst. With only a few sips a day, my water is almost gone. I've got to find an oasis in this place.
Heat of the day like this, all you really want to do is lay around in the shade. Not much left of my energy bar. I'm gonna go find some more food. Oh yeah, these little guys are awesome. Strawberry pincushion. And by far, the most tastiest treat in the desert, I think. Oh yeah, they're like a combination between a strawberry crossed with a kiwi. Oh man, is that good. Bring my blood sugar level up a notch. Oh yeah, this is the plant you want to find. Excuse me while I chow down. Next thing I want to do is take my digging stick, the one that I put in the fire, underneath the fire to harden, and I'm going to turn it into a spear by using these spokes from the motorbike. And I can grind them to a point either on a rock, or if I want, the multi-tool has a great file on it, just to get them into a nice sharp point. Once I've got that happening though, I'm going to take the three of them, using the C-clamp that I got from the motorbike. I can strap them onto here probably pretty good, pretty tight. Okay, there. I now have a very functional three-pronged spear. This gives me a confidence boost because it helps me with protection against mountain lions and peccaries, the javelin, which at nighttime still always give you a bit of the spook.
It's always said that people can last 3 to 5 days without water, but here in the desert, the wind is so dry and the heat so stifling that it sucks the moisture right out of you, reducing your survival time. I can't see making it to 5 days without water in a place like this.
I'm finding it really hard to ration my water, and I still got 4 days to go. I should really think about maybe finding another water source. It's not that it's really hot. It's about high 70s or so during the day, but it's so dry, it just sucks the moisture right out of you. I'm already starting to get dehydration headaches.
Whether I like it or not, I'm going to have to leave this little spot if I want to survive the week.
I'm gonna have to go up and over a few hills to see if I can find a place with some water. Some areas of the desert, you can walk a few miles, find some water. In other areas, you can walk 60 miles and not find any. Sonora Desert is 100,000 square miles. That's a lot of desert.
Traveling through this desert is anything but easy. Every plant stabs with its spine. Every rock shifts under my feet. When I climb the hills, I have to remain ever mindful of not putting my hand within striking distance of a rattlesnake sunning itself in the heat of the day. Water. I've got to find a good source of water. All day I've been suffering from fatigue and dehydration headaches. If I can spot a valley with a green belt in the middle, it may mean running water, or maybe even a small river.
This is tough hiking. It's a couple of miles since my last camp, but I'm looking down there and I think I can hear the sound of water, and I think I might have found myself a nice little gorge to get down into. I can see the type of vegetation. It's called a riparian zone, where I'm starting to see sycamore and been walking through all this mesquite, so there's been a change. I think I might have found my new home. I can hear the water, I can smell the water. It smells fresh and clean. This little paradise is about 5 miles and a few hills from my first camp. And of course, because I have too much camera gear, I had to hike it twice just to get all the gear here. But I'll tell you, this little desert creek, man, this is a sight for sore eyes. This is like Shangri-La. Oh, this is beautiful. Fresh, clear, cold water.
Yeah, it was such a beautiful place that I wasn't thinking as much about survival as I should have been, barely noticing that I was only peeing once a day and it was very dark, indicating dehydration. I may still be losing weight due to a lack of nutrition, but at least I can stay hydrated now and keep clear of heat stroke. Now this is an oasis for survival, but I still need to get my fire going.
Well, I banked up all these stones and made myself a little sort of pad here. I'm gonna sleep underneath this juniper tree. It's a great place to sleep. It keeps the dew off you at night, and there seems to be some sort of residual heat that stays underneath these trees. They're a great place to sleep underneath when you're out here. Sun's setting pretty quick. That was an awfully long day just getting here. But I am now in paradise, it would seem. Paradise in the middle of the desert.
These age-old traditional skills are helping to keep my mind off my ever-growing hunger.
You know, it just amazes me how long the small wood in the desert stays burning nicely. The wood, I'm getting it from the mesquite trees, and an armload lasts me all night long. In Canada, I'd need at least 5 or 10 times that much with spruce and pine. So it's great. You just got a nice little low fire going all night long. And this is a good spot. It's frosty cold out everywhere else, but underneath this juniper tree, it does feel a little bit warmer for some reason. And of course, I've got no frost on me. This is nice. Now that I'm settled in here, I'll just keep drinking tons and tons of water all day to try and kill the desire for food, because I'm just really hungry. But that's what I gotta go do, start looking for some more food. But thankful that the water's there. This juniper, I chewed on a little sprig of this juniper last night just before bed, and the chemicals in it seems to work on the bacteria. I wake up in the morning and mouth tastes pretty fresh, actually. It also works well enough so that I can have another smoke bath. Ah, fresh and clean. This agave is a very useful plant, and if you're careful, it has a neat trick that you can do in case you need a needle and thread. If you're really careful, ow! Really careful. You can actually pull yourself out a needle and thread. I'd spike from the top of the agave plant and I just bit below it to break the fibers, and then I got a really strong cord here, super strong. I mean, I can't break that no matter what. And if I, want, I can peel it apart and break apart, just tear apart the fibers and just get it down to one single tiny strong thread. And I mean, that can be used as a suture if you've got a bad gash, or certainly for clothing or anything else you need sewn together. And if the edge here is just a little bit too, see that edge there? If that's just a little bit too thick, you can grind it down on a rock. And you got yourself one good strong needle and thread. Very useful plant. Now I'll also take a couple of the leaves off, because I can pound them and pull fibers out from the leaves as well that I can use for tying. This just breaks apart the agave leaf, and as you can see, underneath it is all kinds of fibers. They're really strong and can be used for great rope and cordage material. Lots of good fibers there. All I have to do is get rid of the mush out of it.
He may not look like much, but the javelin, which is like a wild boar, is a very aggressive animal, and this one is right in my area. It was a matter of just being as quiet as I could and staying up high. Getting onto little rock ledges so that he couldn't see me. They can't look up, so that's your only defense. If you're on the ground with them, they'll chase you. I find that if I gorge on water, it tricks my stomach into feeling full, and at least for a time, the possibility of slowly starving to death seems distant. But a surprise in this hot, dry desert is just how much there really is to eat. Far more than way up in the boreal forests of the north when it comes to what you can pick or catch year-round. Of course, not all of it is a choice meal.
There we are. Little grasshopper. What you do, get as many of them as you can. You just hold them this way. You pull off the head, which pulls the stomach out with it. And this thing, which actually stays kicking for a while, is part of a meal. For now, oh, I know what I'll do. Once you get enough of them, you make yourself a little, well, it's kind of like a fish stringer. Might be a bit big, this one. And you poke it through. There we go. And there's one. Let's see if I can get some more. All right. I'll show you against my shirt. There, you can see it now. There we go. There's a nice little feast. Look at this big juicy guy. Look at they see they still keep kicking, even after their heads are completely gone. So, there you go. There's my grasshopper kebab. All right, well, time for my little grasshopper kebab, my little treat of the day. Now, I can roast it beside the fire, but doing it this way on top of a rock, like a frying rock like that, is a real cool and easy way to do it. So I think I'll just put these guys on there. Well, while I wait for these grasshoppers to roast up nicely on my little rock fire, I can show you these guys. And I picked these up on my way through from the first campsite. These are the beans from the mesquite tree. It's the legume family. Good food source. Now these guys can be ground up into a flour or just eaten raw. And they're kind of sweet, actually. They're nice. A little hard. Now, what I want to do is just move that over. I'm going to give these guys just a last roasting just to make sure they're fully cooked, because they can carry tapeworms. So, give these guys a last little roast here, but I think they're cooked pretty nicely. And let's see here. And here's my big one here I got. When you're hungry. Wings, legs, and all. And there's thousands of those guys all around me. So I think I'll keep eating on them for a while. Bon appetit. You know, there is one insect out here that I don't want to run into at all. Killer bees, or Africanized bees. They are in Arizona. In fact, a friend of mine was stung by a number of them not too far from here. You never know what's going to set them off. Either a snapped twig, walk a little too close to their hive, whatever it is, I don't want to find out. My day's drawing to a close, the sun's setting quickly. I've been able to munch on grasshoppers today, and I ate more of those prickly pear cactuses. But I'm still not feeling much energy now. I'm getting pretty tired, and the week's starting to get long on me. So, one more full day, and they come and get me.
I've got back a few needed calories from the grasshoppers and the mesquite beans, but it won't be enough.
That's the last time I let this fire go out. That was easier the first time I tried it.
There's always the worry that my fire will be out when I return to camp, so I'm going to try a traditional method of keeping fire. Keeping my mind active is still my best path to survival.
It's getting hungry enough now. It's time to show you what I can do with these prickly pear, because these guys can be eaten as well. Ow. Just cut off the rim here because I don't need it. And go around some of the spikes and spines. See how difficult it is to work with this type of plant. Can you believe this is actually what the natives farmed here? They would farm this prickly pear cactus because its fruits are so good, and you can also do what I'm doing. Now I want to try and cut away the skin. Helps to have a good sharp knife for this. Well, here, just to show you what I can eat on this thing. Move a few things out of the way. Now, there's still all these little veins, these white veins, and you don't actually want them either. There's actually a little line in between the two veins, and that's the edible stuff. Not only that, but if you've got a bad cut, you can or a burn, you can put it on it, and it's very cooling to the skin and helps to cool any kind of burns or cuts. Pull a piece off like that. You can eat this raw, or you can put it in, gather it all together and put it in a pot and boil it and boil the slime off. But you know, it's not bad raw either. Check this out. Fire bundle. Worked absolutely perfectly. If it flamed up, I kind of snuffed it out a bit, and now all I have to do is add some twigs and some grass and blow it into flame, and I'm in business. Work like a charm. One big fat cigar.
Crikey, this here's your most classic Black Widow spider web. Now, I'm not going to make eye contact. I'm going to back away slowly.
No, seriously, this is a classic Black Widow spider web. It's all gnarly and messed up. She's hiding in there somewhere. Her bite is about 15 times more powerful than that of a rattlesnake. It's just such a little bite, but it's a potent one. You know, you can actually take old webs and kind of spin them up and even make a little string out of them. It's very, very strong spun web.
You know, about the worst thing about it being December here in the desert is that critters like scorpions are looking for nice, warm places to crawl into at night, like under some guy sleeping. Well, it's my last full day, and it's a frosty, frosty morning, let me tell you. You know, it amazes me during this desert winter how much there is to gather and eat in terms of wild edibles. Up in Canada in the boreal forest, you've got maybe 6 weeks to gather wild edibles. After that, if you don't hunt and you don't fish, you starve.
You know what you can also get some food source from as well is simple grass. You don't actually swallow the grass blades, but you chew on them for as long as you can and get the juices, which is essentially chlorophyll, which is very good for our bodies. Once you're done chewing, you spit the blades out. Oh, cold and fresh. You know, utilizing our natural environment to survive in and doing things like eating live scorpions, or cutting down live trees, are only necessary if you truly have to survive. I've shown some ways of surviving a very harsh climate. While you're out, leave only footprints. Let's set up some good protected areas so that our grandchildren also have this beauty to enjoy.
I think the toughest part of the last day was knowing that I had to hike all of my camera gear all the way back to the first location to meet up with the crew. And there's like this small thing in the back of my head, okay, are they going to be there? Because I don't want to do another night out here. And so I had that to look forward to, the fear. Is the crew there or aren't they there? One way or the other, I have a long hike and I had to get all the way back to the first location.
It's hard to get any word in with this clown.
Everything comes alive.
This is horrible. I'm gonna do the fireboat tomorrow night for sure. Everything moves, everything's crawling. I think there's army ants on the tree because they're starting to get bitten all over. And it wasn't mosquitoes, I can tell you that much. And scorpions. Tarantulas this big.
Costa Rica lies on the Pacific coast of Central America, a region known for its radical dictators, beach resorts, and dense jungle. Few places in the world exist with such incredible biological variety. 285 species of birds, 139 mammals, 116 reptiles and amphibians, and more than 6,000 species of insects. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius with 4 feet of snow when I left my Ontario home and boarded a plane for Central America, and it was plus 40 degrees Celsius when I landed. There are still many miles of uninhabited coastline and many thousand hectares of deep, impenetrable jungle. I've got 7 days to survive here, and this time, I have to find my own way to safety. The crew isn't coming for me, but first I have to find a good source of fresh water, or I could collapse of dehydration in the heat. There is a fine line between a land of paradise and a land of nightmares.
And so it happens. And so easily, too. You borrow a kayak from a beach resort for the day, head out a little unprepared. Maybe the ocean pushes you farther than you thought it would. And you stop at a beach to explore a nice cove. When you're not watching, the tide takes away your only link to survival. So that's it then. My camera crew will leave me behind with just my gear, and I'm alone for 7 days of survival. All right, let's get a grip on my situation here. I'm many, many miles from the resort that I paddled from. I've got dense, thick jungle in behind me. Thousands of miles of ocean in front of me, trapping me in here. The beach it's a nice beach. It's, you know, by all standards, it's a little tropical paradise. Not necessarily so when you don't have food or water. So let's see what the camera crew left me with this time. Along my long pair of pants, just gonna help me at night. My swimming goggles, they were actually on me as I kayaked in. And 3 pens for whatever. Write down my sorrows or something. And I always carry with me good multi-tool.
First, I want to have a look around. I'm a frostbitten Canadian boy, and this is all very new to me.
Right now, it's in high tide. So I can see that as the water goes down, I'll have a whole set of tidal pools here. I'll be able to hopefully trap some fish in. Well, I found a number of things just scrounging along the beach. Man-made and natural, things I can use. It's a good big piece of bamboo, and there's a bit more of this around. There's a lot of these 4x4s that are worn down. Found this old broom handle, and just now, a toilet float. I don't know what I can use that for. I've also been able to find a number of these green coconuts. It is the tropics, and these are going to come in handy. Let me show you right now what I mean. These coconuts are a great way to quench your thirst. You want to just cut in, maybe somewhere around the top. Pure, fresh, clean coconut milk. Oh, that's good. That was tough to get through. These are lying around all over the place, so at least they'll quench my thirst for a while, but I still need to find some fresh water.
In this heat, I'm not thinking about shelter at all, but I know that weather can turn ugly on me very fast.
Well, that's about all I can do for tonight. Make this platform, keep me up off the sand. Sand is a real irritant. It gets into everything, including this infected toe that I have. The week before this, I did a lot of hiking, and I've got a badly infected toe, and the worst thing for it is to get sand in it. It'll get more infected and more irritated. On top of that, of course, there's these hundreds of these little hermit crabs crawling around on the sand. I don't want them nibbling at my toes all night either. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to increase my food supply, find a better source for water if possible, and try to make a fire.
The coves and beaches of Costa Rica are an idyllic paradise, but like a massive green wall, the thick crawling jungle has me trapped between it and the ocean. I'm alone here for 7 days without matches, water, food, or equipment, and I've got a feeling that my version of Gilligan's Island is going to be far more difficult to survive.
Well, that was a rough night. Not only was this wood a little back-breaking to try and sleep on, the hermit crabs pretty much left me alone, but there was a whole host of crawling things and sand fleas and cockroaches and creepy crawlies that wanted to inspect me all night long. I need some water. Well, there's a little bit of trickling in behind me and amongst this whack of caves here. Just amazing. Crabs running all over the place. More tide pools with fish. I must have walked right over this. I didn't even notice it the first time. This is promising. The water, there's like a stream coming just right out of the sand at the bottom end. So I'm going to see what comes out, if there's anything coming out at the top end. It looks like a substantial amount. Should be fresh water. Oh, yeah, perfect. Excellent. It's fresh water, all right. And I would love to just gorge on it right now, but jungle water makes me nervous. It can be full of the meanest of parasites. So really, I should take this back and find a way to get a fire and boil it so I can kill any parasites. What a lot of people don't know is that on the inside of these sprouted coconuts, there's a nice edible treat. It's just a little tough to get to.
The coconut is a lifesaver in all of its stages, even after it's sprouted.
This inside of the sprouted coconut shell, I guess it's the liquid solidified. Anyway, there's a juicy, delectable treat. God. Flavorful. And you know what? Trust me. At home, I actually don't really like coconut. Nice place for me to be. I don't like coconut. But this is delicious. And you can almost, and sometimes a little bit even, drink the oils that drip out of this. All the pure coconut oil. Wow. That's delicious. Oh man, this is energy I need.
I better take the time to make my shelter better in case bad weather comes in quick.
I've gathered a few things from the beach. This curled stick, picked up a baseboard along the beach, and I've already cut my notch into it so that you know, all the ash can fall out there into my tinder bundle, which is just a bit of dried grass. And I'm going to use that broom handle. Makes a perfect spindle. And this very cool rock I found on the beach has got perfect holes in it. Give me my bearing block. Well, all I can do is give this a shot. Got smoke, that's good. Good, 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 good. Just close this in.
I figure I can find a big enough shell to boil water in. There's a lot of conch shells along the ocean floor, and this one is just the right size.
There we go. Isn't that beautiful? Something I can boil water in now. With this beautiful fire behind me, I've got the opportunity now that I've, a little bit of sand, that I've got this conch shell and the water that I brought back from the stream over there. Now, I've been drinking coconut water all day, maybe 5 or 6 of them, and so I'm still extremely thirsty. That's not enough in this heat. So I can, there we go. So I can boil this up, bring it to a boil, and kill any parasites that are in there.
I can find all kinds of food in a tide pool. Nerites are edible snails that cling to the rocks, but they're only edible if the water that comes out of them is clear. If it's a green liquid, eating just one of these little guys could kill me.
Crack these guys open. Wow. Kind of pretty strong. And pull out the snail. Not a moment too late, I should add, because the sun's setting pretty quickly here. The thing is, I could only go in and get these tide pool critters once the tide went down, because the water was up high. I just couldn't get in there and get them. Let's see. There's that, and there's this hard little bone on there. All right, I'm gonna pop that in and let it boil for a while. Let them cook. It boiled up pretty quick for me, which means that from here on in I can keep gathering water from that stream and just boil it, let it cool, boil it, let it cool, and I'll have purified water. Oh, getting smoke in my face here. Oh. Well, they don't taste all that great, but those little guys I pulled out of the tide pool, but it's meat. It's gonna give me a little bit of food strength anyway. It's good to get fresh water. Well, another morning. Man. You don't sleep much. I'm not sleeping much. You know, the tide, the waves, they come to within like 3 feet of this platform, and it really freaks you out at night because it's just thundering in like a big monster. I don't know what's worse, that fear or the fact that you've got sand fleas and mosquitoes. They just bite you all night long. I'm not really sleeping. I've got my long pants on to protect my legs. The crabs crawl up on me every once in a while too, but they don't do. They just flick them off. Still, they keep you awake. Yeah, it's great to have the fire. But you know, it's 80 degrees at night, 85 at night, waves of humidity coming and going, 90, 95 during the day, and the only way to quench my thirst other than the odd coconut is to boil up a little bit of water in that conch shell and drink it down lukewarm.
The crabs of the tide pools are elusive and move very fast, but this part of the ocean is full of fish, so it's simple, really. Find a way to catch them.
I'm laying all my stuff out, and I'm just standing back and trying to figure out what else I could make or do with the clothing that I've got. Well, I've still got laces for my boots if I need them, my pants, my Scooby-Doo underwear, and shirt. Check this out. I would grab the stick, come up in the jungle, and just starting to thinking about like sort of projectile. Take the elastic band from Scooby-Doo. Let's try this. Haha. That could be a fish.
It seems so likely that I could spear a fish right from the rock's edge, but I've never done this before, and the timing of it is tricky. I think I stand a much better chance of getting a fish if I get right in the water with them.
All right, I got my underwater camera, and I got some cameras set up to try and show you where I'm going to be fishing. With any luck, I'll come out victorious. I'm keeping my clothes on. I'm going to sacrifice getting them wet. They're soaked all the time anyway, because it'll help to protect me from jellyfish, and if I get thrashed up against any rough coral, it'll help protect. Wish me luck.
I'm really nervous about this. I've already spotted sharks, big ones, coming in for the same fish I was going after. It's going to take patience and effort to be successful at this.
The whole school of fish right below me here.
Look at that baby. Not sure what it's called. I think it's called some kind of porgy or something like that. I'm gonna clean this guy. I was taking a bit of a chance going out spearfishing, but hey, I don't have a fishing line, and it certainly paid off. Being out spearfishing like that, and you know, the blood that happens when you catch a fish attracts a lot of sharks, so taking a little bit of a chance, but whew, it was worth it. Have myself a real good dinner.
Oh man, that's good. And a full moon to eat by too. This is gonna bring back a lot of food energy to me. After 3 days without food, you really start to lose your energy level. I mean, I've had tidbits here and there. The coconut's been amazing. That's actually what's kept me going. But having good, fresh fish like this is incredible. God, perfect.
More people have been stung by scorpions by simply not checking their boots in the morning than just about any other way. The little critters like to crawl up inside there. Even when you leave them hanging upside down like this on a stick, they still can get in there. You got to give them a good whomp and check them and make sure. Because man, oh man, slipping your foot into a boot and having a scorpion down at the toes, that's not good.
I have two options this week. Wait for the crew to come and get me, or dare to find my own way back to civilization, through the jungle. Understand this, many, if not most survival victims ignore common sense, and out of desperation, even refuse to believe their compasses. And in so doing, try to self-rescue, often placing themselves in even more peril. The smartest thing in a case like this would be to stay on the beach. But hey, then we wouldn't have a survival show.
The jungle's there, but maybe there's a road, maybe there's a trail just up in behind me here. I mean, I could be literally hours maybe from being rescued. That's what I'm gonna do. Head into the jungle and see if I can find a trail out.
If I'm going to take off and leave this beach, I'm going to need to somehow bring the fire with me. I'm certainly going to bring my firebow materials, and I can maybe cut this down to size a bit to reduce the weight because, you know, it's heavy wood. But I can also make kind of a fire bundle. If I take a coconut, one of these hollow coconuts, lots of them lying around, and there's tons of all this coconut fiber. And this stuff is really good. It'll hold an ember and fill up the cup. Make a little indentation in there and simply find myself a coal I can break off, out, and put in there. And all I have to do is just keep that sort of smoldering while I walk. And the hope is that I won't have to resort to the firebow again tonight, and I can just blow this into flame in the jungle. So we will see.
If I take the chance of road finding in the jungle, I could be lost a lot longer than 7 days, and I still have to haul all my camera gear with me.
I'm just pouring with sweat. But in a way, that's a good thing. If you stop sweating, you're dangerously close to, or you're basically in the stages of dehydration. So at least for the moment, I'm still sweating. Profusely, as it were.
The temperature in the jungle can go well over 100 degrees, and the humidity is stifling.
Well, this vine looks familiar. It's just like the grapevine from back home. You know, all habitats have their plants that store water. And the Costa Rican jungle is no exception. This is called water vine. Oh, there's a monkey's right above me here. Oh, damn. Just sliced my finger open. And it wasn't even worth it, because this vine's too thin to drip for me. Okay, that was just plain stupid. Looking up to a couple of silly monkeys throwing things at me. And I hit the bone with the knife. I could feel kunk, like that. Just that feeling of going in deep. It stopped bleeding. I just kept it pressed for a while, and just with my mouth just kept it held tight. But man, that hurt. That was stupid, and there was not even any payoff. There was no water in the vine, for goodness sakes. So I'm gonna just make a bandage out of my Scooby-Doo underwear. Try and keep the dirt out of this thing. Infection in the jungle is one of the most insidious circumstances to deal with. It can just leave you in agony.
After a day of trudging through the jungle, I'm exhausted, and I really don't know where I'm going. And now, it's getting dark.
It's too dark to do anything else. And you know, there's no reason for me to make one of my sort of famous Canadian shelters. I make a big nice A-frame and crawl in underneath. 80 to 90 degrees every night. I don't need to stay warm. I don't even need to stay dry. Got a chance of me catching hypothermia here. And it's already getting way too dark. Ow! Something's crawling on me. I'm nervous as anything about snakes and peccaries and jaguars and monster tarantulas crawling on me. But so this is the best I can do to get up off the ground, is this big fallen over tree. There's my fire. I'd packed it. I thought it was going to keep smoldering. Kind of had it. Anyway, it's gone out. I do not have the energy or the will just to start a fire. Although it would make me feel a lot more safe and secure. Massive colonies of leafcutter ants all around me. They're harmless. The leafcutter ants don't do anything. But they're kind of funny. They make their own highways. You drop something in front of it, they'll all band together and they'll move it out of the way. It'll leave for a stick or something so they can have their trail back. Quite spectacular. Got 2 more of these. Let's hope I find some sort of jungle stream. And soon. You know, at night, the forest just comes alive. The whole ground begins to move. Crabs and spiders and snakes. Everything comes alive. Get it. This is horrible. I'm gonna do the fireboat tomorrow night for sure. Everything moves, everything's crawling. I think there's army ants on the tree because they're starting to get bitten all over. And it wasn't mosquitoes, I can tell you that much. And scorpions, tarantulas this big. This is all I can do. Sit and wait. Like a sitting duck.
Picture this. You're in a business suit, done up tight. You step into a hot sauna. You begin to exercise vigorously. That's travel through the jungle. There's no break from the humidity and the oppressive heat, and just breathing makes you sweat.
I hardly slept at all last night, mostly because it wasn't the mosquitoes. I thought the mosquitoes would terrorize me. It was the creepy crawlies. It was everything on the ground. Ants and spiders as big as my hand. And just never ending. It's land crabs even. You can feel the forest floor, hear the forest floor moving. Wow. I sure as heck don't want to have another night in the jungle. The monkeys are throwing stuff at me again. Jeez. I think the worst part of that was my finger. I've got the bandage off it so that it can dry in the breeze. Ay, ay, ay. I walked for hours yesterday, and hours again today. I'm using the sun to keep my direction, try to keep some sort of a straight direction, but it has to go around problem areas. The craziest part about walking through a thick jungle like this is you actually have to watch where you put every single step. One palm viper, one furlonge, one bushmaster lunges out at you. Oh man, I'd be in a big mess of trouble then. Yeah, sure. Come to Costa Rica for a survival thing. Do 7-day survival in Costa Rica, that would be a good place. I'll have a word with my producers when I get home, let me tell you.
Now it's day 5, and I'm still trying to find my way out. But I'm really not sure where I am.
But the only advantage to this heat is I don't feel hungry at all. Heat's just taking my appetite right away. On the beach was a lot easier, to say the least. I had all those coconuts to eat. In here, I just don't feel like eating at all.
I've been walking in the jungle for almost 2 days now. I don't see any sign of trails or roads. I'm starting to think I'll be here for another night, and I'm second-guessing my decision to come into the jungle at all.
So along the way, I just took a thinner branch than my walking stick, using it like a switch, and whack, whack. And was able to get myself a meal for tonight. Got myself
A little lizard to eat tonight. Mmm. I hate the thought of killing anything. It's the last thing I would advise. But as a matter of survival, all creatures are fair game.
All right, here he is. Well, since I'm not actually staying put and setting up a bunch of traps, which is what you would do, because I'm trying to find a path, at least I know I can eat a few little small critters along the way. This little 4-striped whiptail will at least give me a little bit of food energy. Oh. Not bad. Just I'm not gonna eat the head. Don't ask me why, just don't want to eat the head. Better than nothing. But I'm getting hungry. I miss my coconuts.
2 nights now in the jungle. I need to be able to find my way out in the next 2 days. Where I come from, there's poison ivy, and that's it as far as problem plants. Here, you gotta be really careful about what you brush up against.
Something I haven't had to do for at least about 4 days now is go to the washroom. So before I do, I'm going to test out a couple of leaves. The way I can do this is break it open, rub it on my skin, in one spot on my arm here. Break open this other type of leaf, do the same thing right here. let the juice get on there. And this one big leaf, the same thing with it. Rub it on this arm. Now I know which leaf I was putting in what spot. Get off me. Rub that on there. And basically wait about, wait about a couple hours or an hour, something like that. And if I find that I'll break out in a bad rash, then that's not the leaf I'm going to be using for anything else. At least one of the good things about the jungle is that in spite of this intense heat, there's very little sunny areas like what I'm standing in right now. Mostly it's just all shade, which at least helps a bit. Last one. From here on in, it's jungle water only. Yeah, it's a long ways down, but there's definitely a river down there. From here, there's a bit of a rain wash. I'm coming down. I can hear both the ocean and I can hear a river flowing. You know what? The river's got to lead to the ocean. I'm gonna follow it and hope that it takes me the heck out of here. Oh yeah, and it's cold too. Oh, cool. I'm still taking my chances drinking from a stream like this. Oh, yeah, but that's good. The blastocysts and the amoebas and type of parasites that can happen in these waters can lay you up for months in the hospital. So I'm definitely taking my chances. But dehydration is a lot more immediate at the moment. Oh, well, the humidity is wreaking havoc on my camera gear, ruining different components and microphones and stuff. I was already in once, but I'm going to go right back in again. This is the only way of bringing your body core temperature down. Completely immerse yourself, because I am way overheated and too dangerously close to heat stroke. Whew. Oh, and the water is wonderfully cold. Oh, God, that's good. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, that's much better. It brings life right back into you. As long as something doesn't bite you.
After walking around without a real idea of direction, filming myself and hauling heavy camera gear, I'm getting completely discouraged. I'm supposed to be a survival expert making a film, but at this point, all I feel is very, very down. Yet it's funny how fast my circumstances can change.
Down the river, the paradise found. I'm back at the ocean. 2 nights in the jungle was enough for me. I'm just going to follow the shore from now on, make my way to hopefully a little fishing village or something along the coast. But I'm not going back in this jungle. Lesson learned there. Don't try to find your way out by going through the jungle. This was a lot easier. I got to keep an eye out as well on the tides as I go along here if I'm going to stay anywhere at night on the beach. Because here in the Pacific, in this part of the Pacific, there's sort of what's called a mixed tide. You get very high tides and very low tides, moderately high tides and moderately low tides. Point being that tides change. So you got to be careful where you lie down for the night. You could be swimming before morning.
But at least now I can't get lost. You always know which way you're going when you follow the coastline. I had looked forward to surviving on a beach, but I hadn't counted on the intense heat, bugs, and humidity of the jungle. Hey, right now, I'm even looking forward to seeing some snow.
From the looks of things, I have found paradise. Oh yeah. In fact, it's one big beautiful beach. There's a couple of boats. Woo! Couldn't have been better timing.
Serious.
Bordering the states of Georgia and Florida deep in the American South lie the swamps, the domain of alligators and poisonous snakes. How could anyone last 7 days here alone? The plan is to have me taken deep into the swamp by a local, a guy named Three Rivers Charlie. I'm blindfolded before the trip, so I'll have no idea how far or in what direction we're headed.
See you guys.
What I do know is that Charlie is going to drop me deep in the Altamaha River Basin, an area of endless stretches of murky, waist-deep water.
How many gators you figure you got living along this section of the river?
I would say that we probably have at least 30 to 40 right in this general area.
What's the likelihood of gators coming up into these?
Pretty fair, especially at night.
How about snakes? What are the snakes?
Quite a few. We have a largest population of rattlesnakes than we do any other snake, I would imagine.
The deal this time? The crew and Three Rivers Charlie take me in blindfolded, drop me off, and come back 7 days later to pick me up.
All right, well, the rule is, once I stop hearing the sound, I can take my blindfold off.
So now, it's just me and my video cameras.
Well, this is really one spectacular example of the deep South Georgian swamps. As you saw when I was dropped off, likely, I'm just on a little spit of sand right in the middle of it all. Show you what I've got as far as
equipment with me, at least in terms of camera gear. I've always got 2 waterproof cases here, and inside basically just the usual assortment of lenses and batteries and tapes. I've got my little camera, this little guy right here, for getting a lot of those body mount types of shots. I also have another camera set up right now, actually getting some time-lapse shots. But what I wanted to show to you was the fact that I have all this stuff. I can't use any of this for survival. A lot of gadgets and metal and tape and all sorts of things, but I can't use that. These are not things I'm, for the sake of doing this survival in the swamp, that I'm allowed to use to make my time any better here. So it's just camera gear, and it's got to stay camera gear. And every time I go to a new location to see if I can survive, I bring along a few everyday items to see what I can make of them. In this case, tin. I got some rope. That's pretty much useful anywhere. Comb. Some bubble gum. Credit card. A lighter. But this time, lighter doesn't work. At least there's no fuel left in it. 2 pieces of tissue paper. I also have my Swiss Army knife. Let's see what I can do with them.
There's nothing friendly about a swamp. It really conjures up a lot of images of swamp creatures and monsters, and this place here is full of gators. These are the swamps of the deep south, southern Georgia. Swamps like the Okefenokee, and where I am now, the Altamaha River Basin. They are beautiful, but they are vast, and they can be spooky, and they are not the place you want to spend 7 days alone. And sooner or later, the only way out is across the water. Walked for a ways. Just keeps getting dark. I keep trying to find a nice little spot to set up camp, and there really isn't one. Well, let me bring you up to speed. This place has got a lot of alligators, aggressive snapping turtles, millions of mosquitoes, 4 kinds of poisonous rattlesnakes. The ground is covered with ticks and things called jiggers. They're like little mites that like to burrow into your skin. And I'm alone in the middle of the swamp. The sun's just about down. Other than doing up my collar, did my shirt real tight, and I've got my raincoat, my rain jacket, I'll wear it. The only other way to protect myself from these hordes of mosquitoes that are coming in right now is if you kick yourself up with mud like this, they can't bite through it. Yuck. Swamp mud. Of course, I really don't know how many pathogens are in this water. Right now, it's the mosquitoes that are getting to me. And this will keep them from biting. And maybe, just maybe, give me a nice, smooth, wrinkle-free complexion. There you go, mosquitoes, come and get me. The night in the swamp was not a lot of fun. The mosquitoes came on pretty thick, pretty strong for about 2 hours or so, maybe 3 hours. And I stayed curled up underneath my rain gear, waiting for them to go away. Then finally, it dropped in temperature and cooled down a bit, and the mosquitoes dissipated. And that was great, except then it started to get much cooler. So I have a sweater and an undershirt with me, so good thing. I threw them on, and my rain gear, and started to wait out the chills. Well, then I spent the rest of the night shivering. It was pretty surprising how cold it can get here at night. Such a low area, damp. There's a few things I can work with around here, and it looks like there's a big old, very old river dam just over here. Might help me to get across to the other side of the swamp. I was really surprised to find out that there are beaver living in the swamps here. I mean, being a Canadian, thinking it's like a Canadian animal, you know, I just couldn't picture beaver living alongside of alligators, and they don't really. The alligators feed on them. This beaver dam is very flat. It's almost like a road, and it cuts across to the other side, basically over to more flood basin.
any other time of the year, or in another time of the year, maybe about 2 weeks before this, this was under another 10 feet of water. I think I've got like 20, 25 great egrets nesting right here in this swamp. And what that means is this is a perfect and prime area for alligators. They love to come in and just wait at the bottom of the trees, and I guess hoping for a young one to fall down. Well, I've got a lot of wood to work with here. Shouldn't have any trouble keeping a fire going once I can get a fire going. Wow. I'm gonna find out what kind of edible plants are here that I could nibble on, and I have a feeling that I may be able to catch a few things out of this swamp. Well, I've decided to come up onto this flat beaver area to make a shelter. And why a shelter when it's 75 to almost 90 degrees every day? Because last night I got quite a chill. Put a little rain into that scenario, and you got the makings of a possibility of getting hypothermia. So I think better to be safe than sorry. I'll make a bit of a shelter. Not a real major one, just something to keep the rain off me, I think. Yeah, this area will work fine. Normally I would clear the area away. In this case, I'm actually going to push all the sticks and branches up onto it. Basically do a controlled burn to help to clear out any ticks and jiggers and things that are on the ground here. You can't see this Spanish moss not being good for fire starting. It's very dry. Should work out just nicely. Looks like good tinder to me. Got a way I can make a fire with that lighter without fluid. First, I'm gonna sacrifice one of these pieces of tissue. And what I want to do is just take it and roll it up. Leave a little bit of a sort of funnel-like opening. Next thing that I want to do is turn to my socks here and pull off a good wad of sock lint. Just try to get, I don't know, maybe a dime-sized amount of lint. Just put the fluff in this top end of the tissue paper. And we have the makings of what I'm going to call prison match. This is how people often get a fire going, even just to light their cigarettes in prison when they run out of fluid, since lighters are at a premium there. Don't ask me how I know that. So all I have is the spark, no flame, and my little prison match. Let's see if we can make this work. Ha 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 ha, success. Right off the bat, the first one too. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Nice little trick when you run out of fluid. Now I can burn off some of these ticks and mites. Be gone, you guys. Off you go. And the moral of this story is always wear cotton socks.
Fire makes all the difference in the world. It keeps the boogeyman away, and it makes cooking food, if I can catch it, a very real possibility.
Here's something here.
You can see the fish down in there, and there's and the maggots crawling around them, lots of them. There's no way that I want to bother eating these fish because they're rotting, but with this little bit of water here, maybe there's a couple of other little puddles like this where there still are minnows swimming around. Don't want these ones though. Well, now that I've got a fire going, I'm sure I could boil water for drinking, but this water, I mean, it looks awfully scummy, and who knows how many pathogens are lurking in here. I'm gonna see if I can find another way of getting water, because the last thing I really want to do is drink this stuff. I suppose if it was absolutely life or death from dehydration, I'd do it, but I'm not there yet. In fact, there was a young boy who, a number of years ago, right in these areas here, he was swimming in one of the more, I guess it was a more stagnant pool, ended up getting an amoeba in his ear and died within 5 days. So there are dangers and parasites and problems and pathogens here with this water. But this This is all wet right down here where there seems to be a bit of a break. This is water vine. If I cut this vine, it may give me, see, it's even wet already just in the cutting of it. Ow! Okay, so that should hopefully start juicing and dripping out. And I'm gonna use that tin can and see how much water I can catch with this. This old tree here is nicknamed Georgia Fatwood. Can come into great use. This wood is just full of resin. Makes a very bright torch. You know, in the drier areas here, just a little bit outside of the swampish spots, this sweet gum grows, and actually it's kind of a neat little plant. So I'm going to peel this bark away. The good thing about it is it helps with my hygiene. Good for cleaning the teeth. Almost a little bit of almost a menthol kind of feel or taste to it. All through the swampy area, there's a lot of vines like this. And of course, the vines are just great for tying things up. So I think I'm going to be able to put this to good use.
The lack of food can cause indecisiveness, and that's when my survival instinct has to kick in. In this case, it's just get busy.
Well, this is the shelter so far. I stuck a couple of forks in the ground and then tied supports across it, and a couple of other sticks in the ground, and then I just began to lay poles on top of it, and even tied the poles off as well at the top, stuck them in down at the earth at the bottom. Really, all I want to do here is, for the most part, is keep the rain off of me. I guess keeping some warmth in would be good too, because it is getting pretty cool at night, but it's not too bad, I suppose. Mind you, the chills are not so nice, but with the fire now, it's a lot better. I can keep that fire going and stay warm with it. I'm getting red-hot energy now. I mean, the water from the water vine is good, but I've got no food, and I'm starting to feel that already after one day. It's very strange. It's really hot during the day, but it's cooling down quite at night, so it kind of takes a lot out of you. And I don't think I'm going to do too much more. I don't think I have the energy to keep doing too much more. I'll put more roof on later. Ready for a war against the bugs. Just enough energy to keep myself occupied here. Mosquitoes will be coming in very, very soon. In the meantime, let's see if I can get me some food. It's actually a cooler night tonight. Feels like the mosquitoes aren't as bad as they were last night. That's good. This fire might help me get through the night, that's for sure. This fish spear I'm making, I've got the prongs really shaved smooth, not so that it looks cool, but because it increases the efficiency. It can slide into the fish much easier, and whereas the bark is more like almost like a sandpaper. It can grab the fish and not be able to slide through it as well. So Try some fishing soon. They tell me there's nearly 100-pound catfish in this swamp. We're gonna find out. I took and sprinkled some of those little rotting minnows around here in the hopes that it might bring in some catfish.
The hunger is driving me to try fishing in the middle of the night for catfish. If you think it's easy to stand at the edge of an alligator swamp in the black of a southern Georgian night and not to think about them, try it.
I see something moving around down there. Even if it's a crayfish, that'd be good. Here he is, here he is, here he is. Ah, crap. Well, so much for that. Maybe I'll better organize myself for tomorrow night. Try again. But it's spooky here.
Sleeping only 3 feet from the water's edge, I dream of alligators, if I can sleep at all.
The water vine has started to slow down its drip a bit, but just the same, even overnight, I managed to collect a whole bunch of water. This is an absolute lifesaver. There's ants in there. That's okay, that's just more protein. Oh, good Lord, that helps. That helps a lot. Now finally, I might just have myself an edible plant. These little center new shoots, and maybe pull them out. Ah, whoa. Look at that. That's pretty cool. And these guys, so the bottom bit, I don't know how old this one is, but we'll find out. A little woody, but tasty. There's lots of these around. I'll try to see if I can get some more. Give me something to chew on. Put a bit of starches into my system. I started weaving them in from the bottom, just down the bottom line, all the way up to the top to try and create a nice little kind of shingled roof effect here. It should work well. I don't want to be caught off guard like I was last night when it started to spit on me and I was running around trying to cover my camera gear. Tonight, I want to make sure that I'm dry if rain does come in. So far, I've been lucky as far as the weather is concerned. Looks like I got me dinner. All right, well, this represents my first real meal in a couple of days. Nice big set of frog legs. So what I'll do is I already gutted them, and I'll use the guts and I'll use the head and that for hopefully baiting in some big catfish. I'm gonna have to build something or try spearing them, but find some way if I can bring in a big fish, or keep looking for turtles too. I see turtles out there. It's just a matter of if I can find one. Well, that's good. A little bit of meat into my system. Bring back some well-needed energy, I think, because I'm really starting to wear out. It's only been a couple of days, but all this work burns all your calories. Rain might not necessarily come from only that side, so I better get a little bit more protection here. Oh man, I'm getting tired. I decided to do is make a trap. See if I can catch me some catfish. Yuck. Or some turtles. Basically, I've got to make kind of like a weir of some sort. Along with the weir, a funnel trap. So I'll make this a tight weir and then a funnel with a little opening, like a big M. And then I'll have all the bait up in there. This is not only a survival method, it was used for many years by natives as well. What I'll do is put a few more sticks kind of poking inward like that, which helps to kind of dissuade him from coming back out. I'm just going to dig this out a little bit. There's this passageway. Hopefully to come in, but not to go out. All right, we'll see how that works. I'd never had frog's legs before, and this is the one meat they say really does taste just like chicken. Oh man, just peels out just like fish meat. Man, that is good. And the first real food to pass my lips in a while. Just like chicken meat. I could catch me a few more of those. That'd be all right. There's lots of them around here. I'll take the head and the bones and all that and put them in for some catfish bait. See if I can get an even bigger meal while I'm out here. This is a real prime survival food. Wow, I'm hungry. The guts from the frog. And last but not least, my leftovers from dinner. There. Now, I would think that's rather appetizing, wouldn't you? Let's hope the turtles or the catfish feel that way.
Oh, well, that was quite the day. Fairly productive, I guess, in terms of survival. Oh, but I could use some more energy. I'm sleeping in the middle of the day, not able to sleep too much at night. If I have to, I'll just keep going after frogs. But one way or the other, I gotta get some food into me. You know, as I sit here in the middle of the deep southern swamp, it's the scary stories that is the most bizarre aspect of down here. I mean, if you think about it, even the jungle doesn't hold as many scary images as the swamp does. I'm so scared. The legend of Bogey Creek. A swamp creature. The Blair Witch Project. Spooky out here.
This is by far the longest night I've had in a long time. It turned cold, very cold. I don't know what the temperature is, but there's a chill running through me. I can't get warm. This is completely the wrong kind of shelter for cold weather. I wasn't expecting this in the swamp. I thought it would be fairly warm. I mean, the first couple of nights it was warm. That's why it was buggy too. I just figured it'd just stay like that. Now I've been freezing all night long, having to keep a bigger fire going. Keep looking up and hoping to see daylight, and it just keeps being pitch black.
Well, that was a horrible night. Very, very cold. Fortunately, I do have a sweater and a toque with me, and that helped, but my goodness, I didn't realize it was going to be getting down to probably 40 degrees Fahrenheit, I would say. Very cold, and the shelter that I built is just a simple summer shelter. So I'm going to have to add to it and try and help keep myself from getting so cold tonight.
Sometimes you've got to tackle your problems head on. In this case, it means rebuilding the entire shelter. Spanish moss is everywhere in the swamps. It defines the look of the Deep South. It was used for centuries as bedding. I'll use it as insulation from the cold ground.
You know, when I first arrived here in Georgia, it was hot and muggy, and that's why I only built a little wimpy lean-to and I laid flat on the ground. But last night's drop in temperature sure taught me a lesson once again. Never lay flat on the ground, put down some sort of insulation, and lean-tos are useless as a survival shelter. This should be a little better. So maybe now I can go and try to catch some more frogs, or even check and see how my catfish trap is doing. You won't believe what I caught in the trap. All the meat in there. Got myself a good full meal. Big old turtle. This is gonna fill me up. Get some renewed energy, I hope. Here's one turtle leg, ready for roasting. I didn't bother bringing you in on the cleaning part of the turtle. It's a bit of a messy operation. You know, I don't recommend doing this for anything other than absolute survival necessity. But in that case, turtle is a very readily available food source in swamps like these. Okay, there we have it, 4 turtle eggs. A good bit of protein for me. Well, let's try some of this turtle meat. See how it is. Not bad, kind of fishy, but not bad. Still a little rare. I'll cook it some more. Well, that's a lot of good protein. Make me feel that much stronger, that much better. You know how I end up feeling out here? In the middle of nowhere? Lonely. Lonely for my family. I can really play hard on your heart and mind. You start missing them intensely.
With a fire in front and a shelter behind me, I'm feeling protected. The exception of the fact that I'm 3 feet from the water where 10-foot alligators patrol.
I never thought it'd be cold enough that I'd have to be warming up my batteries beside the fire so I could keep filming. Frost this morning.
Anyway, this shelter helped a lot. Made a big difference now that it's rebuilt. But I was still quite cold all night long. I'm always close to shivering, you know? Well, I gotta see if I can find some other ways to catch food and even start thinking about how I could make my way out of here. Without swimming, that is.
Let's see what I can do with some of the pack contents I brought in with me. I've been taking that piece of credit card and I've just been cutting it into a spoon shape. Bend it over a bit. It gives me that kind of a shape to it. Next thing I've got the bubble gum. Let's get chewing it. Wow, what a boost of flavor from the gum and sugar. Oh man, that's good. So what I want to do is poke holes into this little spoon here. Go through it with the awl. Now, piece of credit card, 2 holes in it. Put the rope through the spoon. The most remote places you go, it really doesn't matter. There's always human garbage around. It's very sad. It's a real shame. Sure enough here, I found some sort of little old spring. Now, that could come in handy. Take my spring and just tie that off like that. Now comes the bubble gum. I went and grabbed the dead leech that was in the catfish weir. So what I want to do here is just take this hook, put the leech on, like this, and that end happening. So I've got the hooks with the leech bait on there, the spoon, which really I would use if I was more, you know, jigging for fish, but this will still help to attract them, I hope. And lastly, there we go. Gonna wrap that around the line, like so. And I've got a fish float. Let's see what we can do here now. I know I've seen catfish here, so let's try it. All right, it's hard to see under the scummy surface, but the bubblegum bubble is just floating just beneath the surface there. I'll leave that, and who knows, I could get lucky and catch me some dinner.
The only way out of a swamp is through the water, and I'm not about to swim out, which means I need to make a raft.
Ah, crap, that's not good.
It felt to me that we headed upstream when they brought me in blindfolded. So the way out, downstream. I've never actually built a raft before. Without an axe, breaking logs this size could be tough. My only way is to burn them to size. Seems to me that if I put at least 3 logs together that look like they'll hold me, I've got a good chance.
Tomorrow we launch. You know, even these little dainty flowers, these little violets, can also be eaten as a small source of nutrition. And they're quite tasty, actually. You just eat the flower tops. Actually, most of the plant's not bad. Throw it right in a salad. Holy shit. It's a rattlesnake.
You know what this means? Dinner.
Eastern diamondback rattlesnake. Look at that guy. A big one, too. This area is full of it's got 6 different types of venomous snakes here. 4 of them are rattlesnakes. And this area is full of them. Those guys, if I just slip and that sticks into my finger, I'm on my way to the hospital.
I hate the thought of killing anything. It's the last thing I would advise. But as a matter of survival, all creatures are fair game.
Like the turtle, I spared you the vision of cleaning and gutting this rattlesnake. Eastern diamondback rattlesnake. And this is just 2/3 of it. There's still another 1/3 over there. So this I will probably cook fairly slowly, almost like smoking it. And as you can see, a lot of meat, which is going to give me some renewed energy. So snakes, quite an excellent survival food when necessary. Well, you know, when you haven't eaten for a number of days or you've only eaten little bits here and there, to eat something as substantial as a rattlesnake like this here, you really start to feel the energy flow back into your body. My only fear now is just how cold it's going to get tonight. Another night of 15 minutes of sleep, wake up, stoke the fire. 15 minutes of sleep, wake up, stoke the fire, and repeat. This snake is delicious.
Morning of day 6. It was really strange last night. After I ate all that rattlesnake, I had such a rush of energy. I felt dizzy and lightheaded. It's kind of spooky, actually, to feel that way and be all alone out here. I couldn't sleep at all for the first while. I was just sort of buzzing, you know, I guess from the new food energy. Anyway, I finally did get some sleep, and it wasn't so cold of a night, actually. It didn't frost anyway. It was cold, but we didn't get down to frosting. So that was good. So now I'm gonna keep my eyes open for more frogs and turtles and turn over a few more logs for crayfish. And other than that, I'm gonna get working on my raft. Well, actually, I kind of finished it, so I'm gonna try it out, see how it works.
It's day 6, and time to put this raft to the test.
When it floats, that's a good sign. I'm way better in a canoe, you know. Oh, crap. Ah. Nice. Oh. Back to the drawing board, I guess.
I'm way too antsy to wait for Charlie to find me. Maybe I can try navigating through these swamps on my own. I'm surprised at how much wood it's going to take to keep me afloat. By far the best thing about building a raft is the hope that it gives me. I'm working on something that might take me out of here, and that's uplifting.
Well, it's the last night. And I'll try the new raft out tomorrow morning, see if I can make my way out to Three Rivers Charlie and meet up with him. Get to a warm bed and some good food. Unless the swamp creature gets me tonight.
7 days of survival in the southern Georgian swamps. A rich and beautiful place. But I can't wait to get out and get cleaned up. So I hope that second raft works and I can make my own way out of here.
Once it's in my head to get out on my own efforts, nothing will stop me. As I lower the raft into the water, I'm thinking, alligators have killed 11 people in the last 20 years. I'm also thinking about the abundance of poisonous snakes in this area.
Something
between my legs. It wasn't there before.
It took me all day, and in spite of the maze of channels, I made it to the river, where Charlie spotted me.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey. How was the week?
It was something else. But take me home.
Many people fear the swamps, yet they are places of such great beauty and such rich diversity. The spookiness is an unwarranted attribute. They'll always be the classic domain of alligators and snakes. A tough place to survive, maybe, but an awesome place to experience.
I don't see much shelter over in those mountains, but that's the only choice I have right now. This is going to be a long week.
This time on Survivor Man, I'm headed to the top of the globe, Baffin Island, high in the Canadian Arctic. It's about an 8-hour flight straight north into the ice and snow and the small Inuit community of Pond Inlet, a place where basic existence depends on your ability to survive a harsh environment. I'm gonna have to find my way back to this community 7 days from now. For 10 straight hours, I'll push this snowmobile farther and farther into the barren Arctic, where I'll be left alone to survive.
This is the Arctic, at the top of our world. It's a changing landscape of barren land, snow-covered mountains, and vast expanses of constantly shifting ocean ice. In the wintertime, the Arctic is immersed in months of frigid darkness. But in the short polar summer, it's daytime all the time. The temperatures here, well, it's the Arctic. It's cold, and it's one of the lowest population densities in the world. To go out on the land, you ride the knife edge of trouble. You can get disoriented by whiteouts and get lost. You can fall through the ice into freezing water. Traditionally, they use dog sleds to get around, but for the most part, this is the modern, slightly noisier way to get from one place to another. Of course, dogs don't break down. Oh, yeah. Well, this guy's not going anywhere. Camera crew took the good snow machine and left me alone for 7 days out here with this broken down one. And where's here? The middle of the Canadian Arctic.
For 7 days, I have to survive out here with very little in the way of equipment, and yet somehow find my own way back to safety, back to town. And of course, I've got to film the whole ordeal myself. I took ill on my way to the Arctic, but the production team had little sympathy.
I've had laryngitis for a week. The producer said, well, you can't pick the time or place, you're gonna break down. I guess they're right. And I'm 1,100 miles from the nearest tree. Heck, I'm 700 miles north of the Arctic Circle. I'm closer to the North Pole than I am to the Arctic Circle. So sometimes you gotta really take a look at your circumstances. Do whatever you gotta do.
If the snowmobile can't help me get back, I'll take advantage of what it can offer. Everything from sharp parts for digging to the wires and the oil. I've got to use what I can to survive.
Who knows? I might take some of this grease and just put it under my eyes just to kind of give me that football look, you know? Maybe stop some of the glare off the snow.
Ripping some of the sponge right out of the seat cushion, I figure it's a good idea to soak up some gasoline. It could prove valuable in this land without trees. It's mid-May, but here in the Arctic it can still get blisteringly cold. And storms can move in at any time. I have to build a shelter. There's really only one thing to build a shelter with out here. It's white, and there's a lot of it. Even though it's so cold, I have to be very careful not to overheat in this caribou skin clothing. If I sweat, it'll chill me to the bone in no time.
Real simple equation. You sweat, you die. Let's see what I can get out of this guy now. There.
Well, that's it. The snowmobile cowling, some foam from the seat, and some snow. That'll be home for the night.
You know, I just turned the camera on and the little clock comes on in the beginning, and I happen to notice the time. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been going for a long time.
Tomorrow I'll try to get my bearings and start the long walk out. But for now...
Good night. As you can see, the white did get whiter. I can't even see the mountains in behind me now. The wind has picked up as well, and my feet are cold and my body's starting to get chilled, even though I'm protected down in here with fur and a windbreak. It doesn't seem to matter. I gotta get off this sea ice. I don't see much shelter over in those mountains, but that's the only choice I have right now. This is gonna be a long week.
The machine is too heavy to take much of it with me, but it won't stay here. The crew will return for it at the end of my week alone. In the Arctic, navigation is a challenge to say the least. The sea ice here is about 6 feet thick, and cracks in the ice are very dangerous. If I fall into one, it's game over. Compasses don't work up here because we're so close to the magnetic pole. The huge pans of ice are also constantly shifting. You could be floating out to sea and not even know it.
Well, the snow has finally settled just enough that I can show you what supplies I have with me.
To survive in the extremes of the Arctic, you really need some minimum requirements, or else you'll die. This time, the producers gave me the break of having a few small supplies to survive this harshest of environments.
I'm supposed to catch food with this. This is a seal hook. We'll see about that. Knife made out of a caribou leg bone. For heat. This is a big chunk of seal blubber. See that? This is my source of heat. What I have to heat myself up with this with kudlik, soapstone kudlik, and 3 matches. These things aren't going to do me any good at all until I have some kind of real solid shelter built. Of course, I always carry with me a good multi-tool. First time ever, I've got a gun. I was actually required to bring the gun. They wouldn't let me come out here without it. One reason only. Polar bears. Lots of them. Big, 1,500 pounds of claw, fang, and muscle. They're on the seal hunt right now, and I'll be walking right through their territory. Spooky, to say the least.
My rules are that I can only use the gun to protect myself from polar bears, not for hunting.
This time, they said I could actually have some food, which excited me. What they didn't tell me was that it was going to be a bag of raw seal meat, which is traditional. Look at that. Big hunk of raw seal liver. You know what? I haven't eaten in a long time.
There is fat attached to the seal meat. Eating meat alone, I could die from what has been nicknamed rabbit starvation. After only a week of meat without fat, you will show signs of protein poisoning. Even after eating, you still feel ravenous. The stomach will distend, and in 8 days, diarrhea begins. A few weeks of that, and you will die.
It's not bad, actually. Well, because it's lightened up a bit better off to the side there, I think I'm going to try and get out of here and make my way over there.
Now, smelling like a seal, I'll make my way through thick polar bear country. Just a big piece of slow-moving bear food.
Well, I pulled my Chromatech as far as I could up this little break in the mountains, and I found this. Beautiful glacier making its way to the ocean. And that's not even the best part. Let me show you what else I found. I gotta be careful not to slip, because I get down in there, I actually can't get back up. There's about a 10-foot straight drop to get down to the bottom. There's no way of getting back up. This is fantastic. I am sitting underneath the big toe of a glacier. It makes me kind of nervous being in caves like this anyway. You don't know when one of these big chunks is gonna fall off, break your neck. Big piece right up above me, actually. Good night. Oh, this is kind of spooky.
I was so chilled, I could barely sleep. Who would have thought that an ice cave would be cold? I've got 5 more days to survive, but right now, I have to get up high enough to check my direction for travel. The total whiteout conditions make travel impossible, so any markers I can spot, such as an iceberg or a hill, will help me from losing track of my route to safety.
Lots of cracks and crevices. I could literally fall into the ocean here. I better be careful. Trying to go up there. So I can get a look. Better look at where I gotta go. Better look at how far I gotta go. It's very hard to tell where you're putting your feet. It's just white, you know? I mean, look, if you look this way, I mean, that's what I'm stepping in, just white, 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 white. And you can barely see where the sky begins and the land ends. Well, I'm at the base of this little mountain here, this little hill. So I'm gonna climb up, see if I can get a better look where I gotta go. That's where I'm headed. Something. You gotta see this.
I figure I've got about a 30-mile walk back to Pond Inlet. If I can make it to the other shoreline across the 5 miles of jumbled, rough pack ice, I can follow the shoreline to safety. After a full day of traveling yesterday, the funny thing is, I can still see my snowmobile.
Well, of course, as always, I got way too much heavy camera equipment to haul around. I can't underestimate how much of a hassle having this stuff is. Survival wouldn't be so hard if I didn't have to try to film it at the same time. But I'm thinking now, if I'm going to do that walk across the sea ice, then maybe I can make use of some of these pieces from the snowmobile. One of the problems I'm going to have out there is snow blindness, basically. Even with this overcast, it's so very, very bright. I'm always squinting. So take a couple of these wires. That ought to work. And some of that crappy old seat cover. There. Not so bad. I can see anyway. It won't bother my eyes so much now. Off we go.
Snowblind. Just imagine a bad sunburn to the cornea of your eyes. If that happened to me, I'd be blind and helpless out here for at least 3 days. Snow blindness, hypothermia, polar bears, frostbite, exhaustion, starvation. These are the perils, the realities of Arctic survival. Distance in these conditions is tough to judge. Perspective in the white can play tricks with your mind. I've heard of people who, upon seeing a mountain, start to head towards it only to find a few steps later that it was just a rock.
It's just so white out here. I mean, it's white upon white upon white. Everything's a shade of white. Even the seagulls are white. All along the way, I've been eating snow for my water intake, because the only water around here is either frozen or salty, coming up through the cracks. Now, a lot of books warn, don't eat the snow. It damages the membranes, it cools you down. Well, you know what? It's very true. If I was like just about to go sleep or crawl into an igloo, then yeah, I wouldn't eat snow to cool me down. But during the day, when I'm working this hard, eating the cold snow is helping to keep me from sweating. So, personally, I don't have a big problem with it. I'm not that close to the flow edge, but I'm close enough. I could literally be on one big pan of ice. I could be on a 5 square mile piece of ice that cracks over by the shore. There could be 100 feet of water between me and the shore, and I wouldn't even know it. I could be well on my way to Greenland, just drifting away.
Just a few years ago, tragedy nearly struck a group of Inuit children. They were drifting off to Greenland without even knowing it, and only a daring rescue by the local townspeople brought them back from sure death.
I'm gonna stop here beside this iceberg, see if I can actually sleep for an hour before I push on through and make it to the other shore. It's great how this caribou fur, it's incredible. It doesn't hold the snow at all. It just falls off of it like dust. So here I sit, in the middle of the Arctic, with a big chunk of raw seal meat, attempting to sleep beside an iceberg. I'm in probably the thickest polar bear area around here. I'm beside an ice crack. They like to hunt the ice cracks looking for seals. I'm beside an iceberg. They like to circle the icebergs looking for seals. And I'm sitting here with a big hunk of raw seal meat. You know, this is not the most intelligent thing I've ever done.
Day 4 of my 7-day challenge to survive in the Arctic alone. The weather seems to be clearing, and if the whiteouts do subside, I know my general direction back home. But this morning, I woke up to a surprise.
These guys are polar bear tracks, big ones. Man, his head would have been about here, and his back end way back here. This is a big bear. What's important about these tracks is that they're only 30 feet from where I've been sleeping. And you thought I was kidding about polar bears. Yeesh. Look at the size of these things. Well, right here you can even see the impression of them. Wow.
Even carrying a rifle, I'm not safe. I'm not exactly a sure shot. I know of one Inuit man who spotted a bear outside his cabin window, turned to see a second bear outside the other window. They were about to corner him. He bolted from the cabin, and with the bears in pursuit, he jumped to his snow machine, pulled out the rifle, and turned to shoot, killing both bears as they dropped to the ground only feet away. I'm keeping my rifle loaded.
Boy, how everything changes when the sun comes out. This could be glacial melt, and if it is, that's going to be great, because it'll be fresh water. Ugh. Yeah. That's salty. At any given time, there's about 10,000 of these icebergs floating around in the eastern Arctic waters. Most of them come from Greenland or Ellesmere Island. You know what they say? It's just the tip of the iceberg. Apparently there's another 9/10 of this guy right underneath me. Not salty, nice and fresh. Later on in the summer, this guy's gonna float right past Newfoundland. Making my way up the iceberg. This isn't just a flight of fancy. In fact, the Inuit used icebergs to watch out for polar bears, to look for seals on the ice, to determine their route. They use them quite regularly to get a view on all of their surroundings. And that's what I'm gonna do too. This is actually pretty exciting. There's a seagull, and I'm level with him. That's cool. This is absolutely breathtaking. I mean, there's not a soul around for miles. This is about as alone as you can get. Wow. I can see polar bear tracks and a lot of icebergs. And I can see my route out too. And I can see why the Inuit climbed the glaciers to look around. Even if it was just for the view. All right, this is less sleeping in the sun.
Even though there is good weather now, my stomach reminds me that I've had 4 long days with only a few bites of meat and very little sleep.
You know, the fascinating, beautiful, and actually quite dangerous aspect to this time of the year is that it can go from kind of a scorching hot sun to minus 30 in just a few hours. I could even get a sunburn out here right now. Anyway, this is a nice break from that freezing time in the ice cave. A few days of nothing but cloud and snow.
Well, I'm not hanging around here. This is thick polar bear territory. I have 3 days left to survive, my meat is almost gone, and I still have a long way to travel over the ice to safety.
This is it. My last bit of seal meat. After this, all I have is scraping the blubber off the inside of the hide. I gotta find something else. You know, these mucklucks, they're frozen solid. Because they're my own moose hide mucklucks that I brought from Ontario. And they're not supposed to get wet. I should be wearing sealskin mucklucks called kamiks. Then I'd be fine. These ones got soaked when I had that day of sunshine, and now I'm walking around in big frozen blocks of ice. But the hardest part of being out here, it's not the cold, it's not survival, it's not existing without food in my belly. It's running the cameras. They are a pain, to put it lightly. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. Damn it, I did press record. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll call them sleeps instead of nights because there is no night. So I've had a short sleep in kind of like a snow grave beside the snow machine. A very windy, very cold experience. I had short sleep in an ice cave, and a little better sleep in the sun when it finally came out beside the iceberg. What I've been doing is I've been looking for some better snow, some deeper snow, where I could maybe make an igloo. And I think I found it. So that's where I'm headed. If a big storm does come in, a big blow up, better that I have a good igloo to protect me than try handling it in the open again.
This might look like a beautiful shot, but I still have to go back and get the camera.
It's cold.
The windshield, scavenged from the snowmobile, will come in handy.
I've checked around, and this snow does feel good. If the snow's too soft, then it's just going to crumble on you. If it's too hard, then you got to work too much. And I hate to make this comparison, but it's got to kind of feel like styrofoam. Okay, this is going to take me a while, as you can see. And I've got time-lapse camera running, and I'm just going to go to it.
The Inuit have been relying on igloos for thousands of years. It's the perfect shelter. Snow is an incredible insulator, and the dome shape can withstand severe storms. Built properly, an igloo is an amazing marriage of function and form.
Well, folks, this is it. I really thought that I'd put on the time lapse and give you a work of art igloo. But being that this is the first time I ever tried to make one, and according to the local Inuit, friend of mine actually, Samuik, the snow is the worst type of snow to try and make an igloo with right now. And then I just realized that I've been going all night. I have no idea what time it is, although I'm sure it's close to morning already. And I'm exhausted. Put all those factors together, and you got a crappy igloo. So I'm gonna try and sleep. I got my seat cushion from the snowmobile still. And at least I'm protected pretty well from the wind, actually. Oh, this'll have to do.
After almost a week of seeing nothing but rock and snow, I finally found a grassy area not too far from my igloo.
Just to walk upon and touch this grass feels so good after such a long, cold, miserable night working on that shelter. Oh, man. Oh, this is wonderful. Look at this, scraps of wood. Some of it not even that old. I'm sure local Inuit come through and repair their komatiks here. So I've got dried wood, dried grass, and little Arctic flowers that have already gone to seed, so they're fluffy. Sounds to me like the makings of a fire.
There are old whaling stations and Inuit hunt camps everywhere out here, so it follows that scraps of wood and small metal objects appear as the snow slowly leaves the land.
I don't know if you remember this. Stuck this into the gas tank. Of course, it's evaporated from being soaking wet with gas, but it still smells like gasoline.
I still have 3 matches, but I'll need them later for the kudlik. And although they said I can't hunt with the rifle, they didn't say I couldn't start a fire with it.
Let's try that again. Hang on. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, oh, sorry. Oh, man. Except my kindling's blown all over Kingdom Come here. I think I left a little too much powder in that time.
Well, soaking the sponge with gas seems like a great idea now, and it gives me the chance to finally warm my feet and dry out my mucklucks. That little bit of wood didn't last very long, but I can still find ways to melt the snow for drinking water. In these conditions, I need 6,000 calories per day to survive. With only 4 bites of seal meat each day, I'm only taking in 200. Right now, there aren't a lot of animals out here, except for seals, so it's back down into the thick of polar bear territory and on to the sea ice.
The sun being out makes it a perfect day for hunting seal. You want to keep the sun at your back because the seals have such sensitive eyes that when they come out, they keep their eyes turned away from the sun. The object is to stand over this hole for a long time and wait for the seal to come. Like this. And when the seal comes, you lunge down and pull. Inuit people could stand for hours and hours and hours perfectly still, waiting for a seal to come.
You have to stand completely still and silent, or the seal won't come to the breathing hole. After what seems like hours, my arms and legs are aching. I can't do this anymore. When you burn more calories than you take in, your body will literally begin to consume itself. At first, subcutaneous fat will be burned. If things get bad enough, your body will start to burn what's left, your muscles.
Oh. Something else I can do to try and catch some bigger and more food is taking this bone from the seal left over and hopefully a seagull or a raven or something might land and go for that. And if they come for it, I got a chance of grabbing and maybe getting myself a much bigger dinner. In fact, there's also lots of survival situations where people have eaten their rawhide gloves and mucklucks and, anything on them that is a natural, animal part eventually can be eaten in a real dire situation. I'm going to hope for a bird.
It's the end of day 5 of my 7 days to survive in the Arctic, and I've spent all day looking for food without any luck. Now it's back to the igloo for another night.
I think what I'm going to do is make my kudlik. This is a soapstone dish, and basically to give myself a little bit of warmth during the night. Let's see. I found this little paper towel in with the bag of seal blubber. So I'm assuming that it's to help with the kudlik. The blubber, which I guess if I need to, I could also eat. This is the part I hate. The tape's running out, so I gotta go climb down the hill to the lake, get another tape, come all the way back up, and put it in so I can finish this segment. So what I want to do is scrape this blubber. Basically, you do that until you fill this thing up with the slimy oil. And add this to the kudlik. Like so. Okay, well, I got 3 matches here, and there's 3 kudlik fires. Well, that little flame, which is getting bigger, it's going all the way across, is really exciting.
Okay, I forgot to mention, I never go anywhere without my harmonica.
You know, it just occurred to me that I was told that polar bears are attracted to curious sounds. And this is where I can say goodnight. This is where I decided to sleep last night. A loaded gun by my side. In the middle of the night with frozen feet, I climbed up to the top of this little mini mountain and decided to sleep up here. And I think there was another layer of warmth up here. Although I feel like a big slab of meat on top of a pedestal in the middle of polar bear country, which is why I kept that beside me. I'm not really even sure what day I'm at. With the sun spinning around, I can't figure out what the days are. Okay. I'm so hungry, I'm faint.
Now I'm starting to obsess on food. It's really hard to get motivated with nothing in your system and no calories to burn. But I only have another day left, and if I don't make it back over the last few miles, the crew will come looking for me. It felt like I was getting closer and closer to my final destination in town. But around every corner, nothing but rock and ice. If my travel looks easy, guess again. I couldn't pull that heavy sled more than 20 minutes at a time without having to stop. Dizzy from exhaustion and sick from my empty stomach, any food at all would be a relief.
I found some wild edibles in amongst the rocks. Willow buds. Mmm. 2 of them. Oh, 3. Wow. I'm full.
This landscape is incredibly stark, just snow and ice. At this time of year, there is very little to support life. The Arctic has a tragic history of countless explorers and native peoples who have starved to death out here. I hope this is my last night out here. If I'm right, tomorrow I'll be able to make it into the town. It occurred to me while sleeping here, even with the loaded rifle, if I wake up and a polar bear is breathing down on top of me, I don't stand a chance. It's the morning of day 7, and I'm due back in town today, or else the crew will have to find me. But just as I'm packing up, I spot something out on the sea ice. Sam Umik, the Inuit hunter who picked me up, offered to take me home. It turns out I'm still another 2 days of travel by dog team back to town.
Along the way, he shot a seal and offered to me what is considered to be an Inuit delicacy, prized by the children and as tasty as ice cream, the eyes of the seal. I asked Sam when the toughest time was to survive out here. He said now. There aren't any eggs to eat because the birds haven't returned, and it's become too warm to make a good igloo. Stuck in between seasons, this goes down as one of my toughest survival odysseys.
Awesome.
Whoa.
Today on Survivor Man, I'm in southern Utah, and it's among the most mysterious and unexplored regions of the American Southwest. Ancient cultures have survived here and vanished in the breathtaking but brutal Canyonland. And I'm going in for 7 days alone. Awesome. Massive country. The ancient magic in these canyons is legendary. I'm in for the ride of my life. My crew will drop me in, and the local scout, Desert Dave, will be camped out many miles away until I get back. No water. Predatory mountain lions, nighttime chills, disease-carrying insects, loneliness and despair. These are the dangers and challenges of the Southwest canyons.
This is winter in one of the most remote canyonlands of the American Southwest. It's no wonder Butch Cassidy and his wild bunch chose these remote parts to hide out from the law. But for now, it's just me, my camera, my horse, for the next 7 days, alone.
Dave knows a lot about surviving out here, but he's not telling me everything.
I think people get kind of psychologically spooked out by some of the amazing energy that runs around these canyons. A lot of people that have come here and vanished, there's something happening here that's not like what he's used to.
Well, I'm on my own now. Time to check out my surroundings, I guess. Here we go. This is some pretty amazing biking country. I figure if I had to, really, I could probably bike out of here in about 3 days. But hey, this is a survival show. Let's make it a week. Yeah, I do have a pack full of gear. It's all my camera gear and clothing. They left it for me.
Like shooting your own horse to eat, I'll cannibalize the bike to survive. It's incredibly quiet here. Too quiet.
I don't really know how much sunlight I have left. Oh, let me tell you, 1, 2, 3.5 hand widths, so that's about 3.5 hours. I better find a place to settle down. Well, this juniper tree behind me is gonna make some pretty good shelter for me. But first I wanna get a big fire going. I figure if it does snow tonight, at least if I have a big fire going, you know, I can maybe make it through the night.
It may not look like it, but snowstorms blanketed these canyons just before I got here, baked by the sun in the day and frozen solid at night. At least there's plenty of fire.
Can you hear the jetway up there? Right now, those people are eating lobster.
The temperatures in these parts are wild, swinging to huge extremes in a matter of hours.
Oh, this is good stuff. Really good stuff.
My biggest fear, can my body adjust?
Fire starter and bedding. I'm gonna make a long fire that I can feed from one end. Then I don't have to worry about trying to break logs small. And I'm actually gonna line this thing with rocks because the sand is actually pretty damp.
Survival means multitasking and getting it done without breaking a sweat. If I sweat, the cold nights will be hard to handle.
I've still got maybe 2 hours of sunlight left. Work on my shelter. This ridgepole was a little bit lower than I wanted, so I dug a hole down a bit and then lined it with some juniper bark and this grass just to braze me up, and it keeps me off the cold sand. And then I covered all of these branches and sticks and over top to protect me a bit, reflect some of the heat back once I do get a fire going. But this is about as much work as I want to do tonight before I get too sweaty. Sun's almost behind the mountains. Every time I come out and try survival in a new location, I like to test some kind of survival item, just to see how it works. This time around, I'm gonna try this little item, magnesium flint stick. What I wanna do is shave off this magnesium. I need to make a little pile. Gotta be real patient. Well, that's not a bad pile. We'll see. I just don't know. Magnesium. There we go, there we go. Okay. Burn, baby, burn. Burning meat. Whoa! But that little magnesium stick is definitely a winner in my book. Hey! nice to be under this juniper tree because it is chilling down really quickly as soon as that sun disappeared. So I guess I should show you what I have to survive with for the week. Always, of course, my multi-tool. You've already met Mr. Magnesium Flint Stick. And last, not least, well, look at this. An old shriveled up piece of energy bar. And some corn chips. Wow. I'd say that's about enough to last a week, wouldn't you?
Inedible, but useful.
Well, there's snow up in the mountains, and just a few miles from here, devastating flash floods, wiping out everything in sight. And I hear that bobcats and mountain lions come down into these valleys at times like these, searching for food. Easy food. Sleeping food.
That was one frosty night. Ground's all frozen now and frosted over. Really, it was just a matter of sleep a half hour, wake up, feed the fire. Sleep a half hour, wake up, feed the fire. And just pray for morning. I don't believe it. I can't find any water in this area at all. And yet, there's a creek down in the canyon cut. But guess what? I can't get to it because everywhere I look, it's like a 30-foot drop and I can get down in there, but I'd never get back out again. Have a look. See what I mean? Well, how frustrating is that? A beautiful canyon cut, a flowing creek, and I can't get to it. That's called getting ledged up in cowboy terms. Come to a spot like this, you get down, you can never get out again. You can't get to the water, you die of dehydration. And at the moment, I'm ledged up. This is all the water I can find in this whole slick rock area. All it is a little bit of frost melt.
When Butch Cassidy and his wild bunch came through here, they sometimes had to shoot a horse just to eat. It's time to retire my trusty horse. The parts on this bike could save my life. I shivered through last night because my shelter was thrown together so quickly to beat nightfall. I'm hustling now to insulate it, and the bike frame makes a great supporting wall.
Try not to take too much to hurt the tree. It exposes them to bugs.
Out of respect for the environment, I took this bark from several trees.
I think in time I could probably maybe even weave a really nice bed out of this. But for now, I think just pulling it in loose like this keeps it lofty, probably good insulation as a result. This temperature can be deceiving. I'm tempted just to kind of kick around in the sun. That could be the death of me. It can go well below freezing in just a few hours. This shelter can never be insulated enough, can never have enough firewood. See that? Look. Beautiful, isn't it? Well, the beauty fades fast, especially when you're cold and alone.
A general rule that survivors use to gauge the odds of survival is called the 5 W's.
Wood. Well, there's plenty of wood for burning and for shelter. Weather. Weather's pretty good right now. If it did turn bad, there's places that I can get in and protect myself. Widowmakers. Well, there's nothing tall, standing, and dead that's going to come crashing down on me in the middle of the night and kill me. Wigglies. Scorpions, spiders, snakes, they're all buried deep in the ground this time of year. I don't have to worry about them. But water. Well, water. There's none of it.
Without a good supply of water, I may have to move on at daybreak.
Off to bed. Feel a lot better with a shelter like this now, I'll tell you. All closed over, and hopefully warmer, thanks to this juniper bark and fireplace.
It's too bad I have to leave. The shelter is just right, but I need a drink, and this place is dry. The strapping from inside the bike tire is perfect to bundle up this juniper bark, and the bark is great insulation and way too valuable to leave behind. The crew will have to fly in later to clean up the site.
This is an amazing sight. You guys see what I'm looking at here. I'm thinking down there is water. Big canyon like that, it's got to be a flowing creek. And water is what I need. So I'm going to take the chance on it. Find a way down.
It's got to be at least 1,000 feet straight down.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure that I can find my way down in this canyon. What I'm walking on is a fresh cattle trail. Yeah, that's right, I said cattle trail. They know the way down. There are cattle roaming throughout here, free range. Cattle don't mean salvation, that's for sure. Ow! Okay, tell you what, as dedicated as I am to getting some good shots here, this canyon's getting too steep. I gotta strip down a bit and stop filming. It's too much work going up and down, setting up these cameras. I just gotta get down there. All right. I'm ready to head down. Take the little camera with me. Maybe I can talk to you on the way. Oh. This is when the camera gear really gets heavy. Should have taken my pants off before I walked this. That is where it came from. It's a long way down. I better check this place out. This is not good news. Let me show you where I just walked. This is my creek down in the valley bottom. Dry as a bone.
Your body needs to thermoregulate, and part of that is your cells need to shrink and expand. And if you don't get a drink of water, you can't do that. You can sleep all night in lots of insulation next to the fire and still be cold all the time.
Not good news. It's a long way to come and not have water. I'm getting thirsty. My mouth is tasting stale. My head is starting to hurt a bit. I know that's from dehydration. Not drinking enough. I haven't peed in a long time. That's a bad sign.
A small patch of snow to keep me going until I can find shelter. I searched a long stretch of this canyon floor for some good shelter. A lot of caves that I thought, from a distance, looked great. Up close, they're either too high to get to, or too small to snuggle into, and most are pack rat dens anyway. This one is facing south, and it could keep me warm on sunny days.
So caves are great for people, but there's a lot of creatures that have set up their living in there that are dangerous to us. And they carry black plague or bubonic plague, hanta, which kills you a little faster, anaphylactic shock from being bit by the kissing bugs that live on bats and pack rats.
I think this cave is ready for an extreme makeover. I've leveled out the floor inside here. I put up a rock wall and area for a fire on the inside here. Then what I need to do is get a fire going in there and start to warm up the cave very gently, very slowly. Well, I knew once I got my fire going that I'd probably want a big one just to get some good coals first. So I thought I'd set my fire up in a little flat area there, get a big fire going, and I can transfer some coals over to here and start a small, low fire to help warm up the cave. You gotta be really careful. This is a deadly situation. It wouldn't take much to thermal crack this wall and have a Cadillac-sized rock come crashing down on top of me.
So I'll need to heat the cave very slowly to keep the rock intact, and maybe smoke out any pack rats that might be deep inside.
You know, everywhere I go to survive, it's pretty intense and pretty special. This place, it's magical here. Not sure. It's the strangest I've ever felt, really. As in this canyon, I mean, I'm just corralled in by it all. And to know that the Anastasio here and the Paiute and Butch Cassidy and his gang, it's a lot of history here. One of the traditions of the Paiute people were to take this rabbit brush, take this plant, and they would burn it into the cave on their first burn, just to ward off evil spirits and ghosts and such. Seems to me like a good idea.
Desert Dave told me that these canyons were the most remote in the Southwest, and as a result had the densest population of mountain lions. Locals fear coming down here, as I have, unarmed.
One of the fire rocks just blew up on me. Sent big coals right into my bed and burned my finger trying to clear it out. Oh, it's gonna feel a little strange sleeping in here. I'm sure I'll be thinking about this rock over my head constantly. Well, that was some night. Oh, I must have slept better because both my fires went out. The little one up in the cave is out and cold, but this one just has a little tiny bit of residual heat. Maybe I can turn it back into a flame. Remember this guy? Ooh.
If I just blow on the ashes, they'll all fly away, and that'll be the end of it. But when I slip this small tube from my bike down through the middle and focus it into the last hot bit of ash, I can gently coax the surrounding charcoal back into red embers once again. This way, I don't use any more of my magnesium stick. Saving resources wherever I can is the survivor's code.
Okay, like maybe right now. There we go. Now, I'm gonna put these corn chips in, believe it or not. All that effort and a couple of corn chips was worth it.
The chips keep the first flames burning well thanks to the oil they're cooked in.
I'll show you what I mean about those corn chips. Look. See that? And it holds its flame just like a little tiny candle. So if you don't have much tinder, and you happen to have some corn chips in your pocket, like I did, then it's a great way to help get your fire going. Because that grass went out quick on me.
And then you can transport your flame to wherever you need it.
Or you can eat them. Well, on my trail down into this canyon, along the way, I mentioned that I was following a cow trail. So I decided to grab myself not just your ordinary cow patty. Well, okay, it is your ordinary cow patty, but it's got a special job. Cow patty like that, given that it's a little bit damp, may smolder for as long as an hour to an hour and a half, which is a good thing if you want to keep the coals going in your little fire pit and not burn up your wood.
It's already day 4, and I haven't had a decent drink of water yet.
Well, I've been searching up and down this creek, and all I'm finding is damp sand. Well, it's wet, but it's not wet enough.
Hunger is nothing compared to a quick approaching death by dehydration.
Oh, well, finally. Promising. A little touch of water here. Just one little puddle. And by the signs of the mouse poop close by, they drink out of it too. So, I wouldn't advise drinking out of a puddle like this with mice around, but I've got to have water. Oh my gosh. You got to be really careful entering these canyons. Even the bigger ones too, not just these slot canyons. If there are storm clouds in the air, or if there's been a lot of warm weather like I'm getting, it might melt the snow up on the mountaintops. You could find yourself stuck in the middle with a big wall of water coming at you and no escape.
4 days of deadly silence in these canyons. That whole, it's quiet, yeah, too quiet, kind of feel. Makes you wonder if even the raven is real.
Ah, Brother Raven is calling me. I think he wanted to tell me that I was close to something good here. It's nice to have his company. I'm happy though because I found some water here. It looks like it's a seepage of water. I don't think I even need a drinking tube for this one. I'm glad I found some water. Makes life a little more bearable. Quenches my thirst a lot better than little bits of snow. But I've got to make a real concerted effort at trying to get some food.
The only realistic meal I can catch around here is rat. The Paiute string deadfall is amazing, a simple but deadly bit of ancient technology. It combines chord-making methods with leverage and balance principles. Pure physics, really, a stone-cold end to unsuspecting prey.
See that? Got the rope tied around my little notch here, and tied around this guy here too. Yucca. Just a single leaf, I guess, from the yucca plant. These little fibers sort of just use the yucca as a binding. This is my little bit of energy bar that they so graciously allowed me to have, but let me show you how we can turn this, well, at least I'm going to hope I can turn this into a lot more substantial food. All I need is a little tiny piece, not much at all, just like, just to mush it up. Be careful not to eat it. There. Just a little tiny bit. See, I don't want to give these guys food to go away with. Because I've mashed it into the end of this stick, he's going to have to work at that to get it. Now for the hard part.
I can keep my mind off of hunger by doing something proactive, like building and setting up these traps. Problem is, this activity is all about catching food. Now I'm even hungrier.
Okay. See the trigger? You got your top piece, the string, little trigger stick there, which puts pressure on this string, this stick here, and it goes up underneath and just sort of lodges onto the rock. I gotta go make a few more of these. Wish me luck.
Another 5 or 6 traps should at least better my odds at finally having a meal.
This is a nice discovery. There's a big pool of water. It's a good inch frozen on top though. Cool. All right.
The inner tube makes for a perfect canteen.
Now have a look at what I found. It doesn't really matter where you go. Everywhere on this planet, somebody has been and left behind garbage. This looks very promising. One man's garbage is another man's treasure. This is Mormon tea. It's got ephedra in it, and it can actually give you a nice energy boost. I've been gone a number of hours, and that cow patty is still red hot and smoldering. Just add dried grass, and I've got fire again. That improves life significantly. Even have a lid.
I spent time cleaning all the rust out of this tin can with the available sand. Eating or drinking any wild plants is extremely dangerous unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Cheers.
Mm. 5 days without a meal can play on your mind, and this wild tea has got a kick to it. The solitude, the crazy temperature swings, the long hike down the canyon, it's all taking its toll. Maybe this explains all those grisly canyon legends of lost mines and missing souls, where things get unreal. "5 days without food.
Well, I'm in trouble once again. my little puddle that was so fresh and clean is down to, well, I'll drain it out just with this right now. And unfortunately, the closest source of water, other than this, is that one silty puddle. It's fairly deep, but it's a half an hour walk away from here. See these two rocks here? Look, these just didn't happen by chance. These were placed here. They are the perfect fit to each other for a Paiute deadfall. Exactly the same type of deadfall that I'm using to try to catch pack rats. Just like this one here, which is one of the 5 that I have set right now. But guess what? It's sprung. So, I haven't opened it yet. I don't know if I've got a meal, but we're gonna find out.
With every failed trap, my hunger grows.
I actually expected to find something under these traps, but they're not even knocked down at all. I'm just gonna knock this one just to show you just how effective they can be. One last trap to check. I think it's down. Let's go find out. No need for big fanfare this time because the first one had nothing, so. Whoa! Well, what do you know? I'll show you with this guy here. I think it's a type of a ground squirrel. I'm gonna call it dinner.
Remember the spokes from the bike? This skewer will put distance between myself and the squirrel. The plague is still a very real possibility down here.
Time to go shopping. Ground squirrel. I'm gonna need to cook this guy really well. So I'm gonna get him on the fire now. Let him cook for a good long time. Once again, I've been able to use the piece off the bike. It's gonna help me cook this little fella. Just use the brake cable, hook in through his head there. And now I'm just gonna let him cook good and slow. What I'm gonna do is singe all of the hair off and cook him very well, just in his own case like that, just to make sure everything is, in terms of diseases and parasites, has been taken care of. Now look, I don't like to kill anything at all, but this shows you that with a little bit of ingenuity and determination, you can get yourself a meal if you truly are lost and need to survive.
All of this camera work, combined with actual survival, makes hunting and gathering any food at all vital to my ability to carry on.
Now these juniper berries, while they do taste absolutely horrible, eating a couple of them will help to, because of the chemicals in them, it'll help to prepare my stomach for eating meat, make it easier to digest. You know, a lot of archaeology is, oh, I can just hear the squirrel sizzling over there. A lot of archaeology is based on what they find in terms of stone tools, rock tools, things that are chipped into other things. And the Paiute around here and the Anasazi were both terrific at what's called flint knapping. This is a piece of rock just from laying around in this area. And this is a hammer rock, which is an actual artifact from this area, just laying on the ground. You can see the chipped end. It was used for turning big pieces of rock into little pieces of rock, into knife points, arrowheads, and spear tips, and those kinds of things. That's really what flint knapping is. So I'll see if I can use it. Aha! Success! See that? That little guy is very, very sharp. This thing is so sharp, just cuts right through. He's definitely not cooked through yet.
Flip over, use the other side of this flake because I'm going back up the top again. And I'm sorry if this looks disgusting, but it's no different than a chicken or a pig or a turkey or anything else. I'm not satisfied that he is cooked all the way through yet. So
I'll need to cook it right through to make sure any parasites are dead.
Oh. Oops, my squirrel's burning. Dinner. Oh. Whoa. It's pretty charred on the outside, but so it should be. Ugh. Well, what I'm not going to eat is the entrails, being the intestines and such. But you know, the heart, the kidney, the liver, all good stuff to eat. There's my meal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save all the bones and I'm going to cook them even more. I'm going to have them for breakfast. Good bout of calcium. So inside here, I've got, yeah, there's the, looks to be the heart. Nope, that's the liver. There's my squirrel. Good. Well, tonight, for a little extra warmth, I'm going to use hot rocks. I'm just taking these rocks, I got 4 like this, and I'm just putting them in close to the fire, get good and hot. I'm going to tuck these in like this as I sleep, and they'll keep me warm, good and warm, for quite a long time. I've got 4, and I'll just rotate 2. 2 heating up, 2 on my body, 2 heating up, 2 on my body. I'm going to leave that in there, get it a little hotter. This water is still a big problem though. It's a long way to get it. Breakfast. Mmm. Oh, if anything will get you up in the morning, it's chewing on some cold squirrel bones. That was a cold night. You know, I'm just not sure what the toughest part is, the constant search for water or this huge fluctuation between very hot days and bitterly cold nights. I don't think I could do another night like this, though.
The food made me even thirstier, but at least cleared my mind. Maybe these canyons have beaten me. The outlaws used to lure lawmen in here to starve them out, and they called it box death. Film or no film, I need more water to survive.
All right. You know what? I'm not gonna do another day. It's gonna take me all day just to hike out of this canyon. Climb all the way back up. I'm getting out of here now.
Survival is ultimately about getting out. In my case, I'm still strong enough to do so I'm heading back while I still can.
Well, of course I had to come back for the camera. What'd you think? So now begins my long climb up out of the canyon. And you know what? This time, I'm making the crew come back and pick up this camera. See you next time. Has my energy ever drained? It's just hard to put one foot in front of the other right now and keep moving. And with one arm, survival is definitely extremely tough.
This time on Survivor Man, it's the middle of winter, and I'm headed to the northern reaches of Ontario in a land called Temagami, known for its giant old-growth forests, expansive beauty, constantly changing weather, and in the wintertime, frigid temperatures. To fly a helicopter or bush plane up here, your knowledge of survival is not an extra, it's a way of life. Bush pilots are a tough breed. Small bush planes with floats or skis were built to fly, not survive a crash, and many pilots have lost their lives strapped into their seats. But this is not a rescue operation. My crew is taking this wreck to my survival location. Hopefully there's enough of a plane left to help me survive, until I make my own way back through the frozen, snow-covered bush.
This is the Canadian North in the dead of winter. Out here, you have to persevere, because your very existence is being put to the test. And the only alternative is death. The bush in winter offers no forgiveness. You either adapt quickly and survive, or you die quickly. I have to spend the next 7 days in this frigid north, alone.
While I'm flown into a remote location deep in the dense forest, the wrecked plane that will serve as my only shelter is transported ahead of me. So that's one plane wreck, 50 pounds of camera gear, no food, no water, no matches. It's not out of place to feel intimidated by the frozen, isolated forest below. But it's my job to survive out here for the next 7 days, completely alone. And to eventually walk out. It's a tall order.
Here we go. Thanks, Peter. Have a good week. Stay warm. That's easy for you to say. Here we go. That's it. I'm alone now.
What is the #1 priority of survival? Depends on where you find yourself. In the desert, it's water. In an exposed area, it's shelter. Here, in the Canadian North, in the dead of winter,
I've got one option and one option only right now. Get a fire going as soon as possible. I just gotta figure out how to do that without any matches.
this plane wreck is from an actual accident, a double fatality. It's up to me to see how I can use it for survival. The crew will come back and pick everything up at the end of the week.
Plane battery. Busted up gas tank. Whew. About 2 liters of dirty gas in there. Gotta be real careful I don't start sweating too much. I'm gonna put the fire on this side of the airplane, the inside, because it's just gonna be too windy out on the lake anyway. And I found a piece up here. Gonna work just fine as a base.
So why don't I practice everything first and show it like a pro? Well, I like to keep it real. Fire with a battery, wires, and some gasoline? I've never tried before. If this works, it'll be a first for me.
Found one birch tree and a couple cedars, and so I was able to finally get some cedar bark and birch bark, which will help a lot. Maybe if it was shorter, it'd be better. Better put my gloves on for this. Okay. Oops. All right. That's what I'm working with. I don't like playing with gasoline. Makes me nervous. Put one right. There we go. Let me show you. See, resting on the terminal and touching the gasoline rag. I'm actually nervous. Oh. Come on. I'm gonna try this another way. Hoping this will kind of work like a bit of a cup. We'll pour some gasoline into. Have all this birch bark and gasoline-soaked rag ready.
I once heard that it's not the gasoline that ignites, it's the fumes. So I need to have a little pool of gas and an enclosure that will hold in the fumes ready for a spark.
Okay, got some. Try this. Hey! Ha ha! Woo! Oh yeah! That was sweet. Whoa, let's get this gas can out of here. Oh, tell me that wasn't a thing of beauty. I love it when a plan works out. All right, now that I got a wicked fire going, I'll have to keep it going as much as possible. And the sun's already going down. I mean, it's fading real quick. My only hope right now is to try to outfit that airplane in a way that I can survive the night in it.
The only option I have for tonight is to hold up in the cockpit of the plane itself. Not exactly airtight, not exactly warm, but it's all I've got.
Well, this isn't going to be pretty.
Don't kid yourself. A survival shelter is rarely comfortable. I just need to block out the wind and keep in as much body heat as possible.
Well, I don't think I can do much more. Not for tonight. Night comes in pretty early this time of year. Makes for a long night.
The onset of a frigid winter night is a most sobering reality. And I may be a glutton for punishment, as my own filmmaking plans are about to challenge my ability to survive. Northern Ontario, winter, day 2. Stuck inside a drafty, cramped plane wreck.
Well, it was way too cold to just wake up and start filming. Not until I stoked the fire a bit. My biggest concern, of course, is the cold. And above all else, I've got to keep a fire going. Of course, I've got to see about getting some food. And I can rehydrate myself just by by eating snow for now. Everyone says don't do it, don't eat snow. Well, I don't have any water, so I'm eating snow. And lastly, well, I do know where I am, and I know approximately where I need to get back home, but it's going to take a few days to walk out of here. So for now, I'll just try settling in here.
My challenge this time is to make my own way back. I watched the route in as we flew, about 70 miles straight north. But first, I'll stick it out here and try to gather some supplies for the journey out.
If you're wondering why I've got such strange-looking clothing when I knew I was going to be having to survive in the Canadian North in the middle of winter, for me, it's got to be wool. It keeps about 80% of its insulation value even when it's soaking wet. But the best part is you can get real close to a fire and you don't have to worry too much about sparks or anything like that. It's not going to melt on you. So it's got to be wool. It's rugged, it's tough. Works for me. It's heavier, but it works.
Well, let's see what I have to survive with this time. Of course, I've got my wool blanket and my axe. Those are two items that, well, nothing else matters. It's just you won't get me out in the middle of the Canadian wilderness in the middle of winter without a good axe and a wool blanket.
I also have, of course, always good multi-tool. And this little guy here is supposed to be a survival saw. I'm gonna try it out, see how it does cutting wood. Other than that, of course, I have the airplane. That could help a lot. Well, I've been thinking, something I've never shown is what you'd have to do if you were actually injured. And in a plane crash situation, if you did survive, it's highly likely that you're injured. So, let's do this with an injury this time. Just kidding. But let's simulate an injury. So let's assume that my injury is a busted up left arm, maybe from the elbow down or something, smashed in. I've got to keep it up and keep it warm. Now this plane is actually made out of fabric covered with paint. The wings are metal, but and the fabric comes right off the paint. So quite a bit of a makeshift sling here, but if it works, it works. Wrist is immobilized, arm is immobilized. I'm now officially injured.
I am not looking forward to having the use of only one arm, but for now, this will give me a very small taste of the difficulties associated with an injury. At least I don't have to deal with the pain.
Well, all the area sort of just down in through there towards the back of the plane, that's wide open. And I've got to cover that up to make sure I can try and get this as windproof as possible. Right now the clouds have come over, which have made it a little bit warmer, but the wind is blowing up. So I'm going to try and make this at least a bit windproof, if not insulated. And this door really is just in the way because it stops the heat from coming into me, whereas I might be able to use it to block off some of these other holes.
Hey!
Well, I'm getting a quick lesson in the difficulties of surviving with one arm. Not everything can be ripped off of a plane using only an axe and one arm. But all of this wiring gives me an idea.
So I've got this one guy ready to go. You can see the loop, and what I want to do is tie it off to
one solid object. I think right here will work really good. So I see there's some fresh tracks right here, and you can kind of see that they all converge on this same one spot here. If you find a place where the rabbits are already naturally funneled into a certain spot, and you just reinforce that funneling and put the snare right in the middle, you stand a much better chance of catching one. I'm calling them rabbits, snowshoe hare up here. Just reinforcing this funneling. I think this is why I find the wintertime is the easiest time of year to snare any particular game. First of all, you can see where their tracks are. Okay. That should be pretty good. I just got to put my noose in place. There we go. If I can get out of here without wrecking their own trail and creating too many footprints of my own, better off.
Snaring can be a very effective hunting method, but it's a tough way to go. As the animal pushes hard with its legs to get away, it only serves to tighten the noose around its neck until it suffocates.
All right, well, that's one snare. I've got to set up at least another 5. 10 would be even better.
Setting up snares or deadfalls is all about bettering the odds. There are no guarantees. If I can catch 2 or 3, I'll have enough to eat now, and enough to take with me for my trek out of here. Finding and collecting firewood is an ongoing process. No matter what you're doing, collecting wood along the way all the time is a survival essential. This tree is small enough to be manageable with only one arm and not too far from the plane crash site. Working too hard can prove deadly, as the combination of sweat and the frigid cold can lead to hypothermia.
Oh. Huh. Well, look at this. I wanted to set up the cameras and work on this survival saw to see how well it works. So I gave it a little practice pull just to see. And look, here's the one end, here's the other end. Busted right off, one pull, and it snapped right off. Here's the little ring that's supposed to go on. It's supposed to go on right there. Huh, useless. You know, it says that this is supposed to be good for a snare as well. That's a mighty small snare, if you ask me.
The ice up here this time of year can be 3 to 5 feet thick. It's worth the effort for now to see if I can chop through to try for some fish. But I've got to watch out that I don't blow out the muscles in my one arm. That's enough for now.
Looking at this metal, I got a bit of an idea. Something I might be able to do here. If I can get a piece of it off. Ow! Not that way.
If I can bend this metal into shape, I may have a pot for boiling. But first I want to burn off the paint.
There, let me show you what it looks like inside my little shelter. Well, believe it or not, I feel fairly protected inside this little plane here. It's not very warm, but it's close to the fire and I am getting some residual heat in here.
It weighs heavy on my mind to begin the long trek out across the lakes and rivers and through the dense, snow-covered bush.
Well, if the sun seems pretty high in the sky for a morning shot, that's because it is. It's taken me hours just to get warmed up again and get my cameras working and batteries warmed up, keep this fire going. Got terribly cold last night. The wind stopped, the sky opened up, and that meant bitter cold temperatures. I don't want to stay here much longer. I'm gonna make preparations to get out of here. I also lost time this morning going to check all my rabbit snares. Nothing, and not a half a foot from the plane wreckage. There's fresh rabbit tracks, so one went right by me last night.
Once again, using the wreckage itself may help me to survive.
If you've been wondering what this little tail is, whenever I've been out fall or winter camping, everybody's always looking for a place to sit down. Put their little gloves on a little log and sit on it, try not to get their bum wet. Well, I don't have to look for any place. I can just sit down wherever I want. Simple and silly, but it sure is effective.
There is no way I can carry the battery with me on my way out, but there are yet other pieces of the plane that'll help me start a fire while I'm on the trail.
I'm going to take these squares of cotton. All I want to be able to do is try to get the cotton into an enclosed space. Like a tin can would be awesome. Close it up like that. And I'm going to put it on the fire, but not let the flames actually get to the cotton. And that way I make what's called charred cloth. And you'll see how that can help me out later, if it works.
The cotton is hidden from the flames inside the folded metal and left to blacken but not burn. Survival calls for constant multitasking, keeping an eye out for essentials every step of the way, like firewood or food, always improving your shelter. You know, survival stuff, like filming a TV show.
See what we got here. Look, and well, it didn't. Oh, get done. Okay, I can put this back in. But you see the black stuff there? Nicely charred. This is gonna work, I think. Okay, so this is charred cloth. And all I have to do is try to get a spark to land right onto it, and it should catch a glow, and with any luck, fire will follow.
Instead of being burnt to ash, the cloth is charred and turns into what is essentially very thin charcoal, ready to take a spark. My idea of getting through this ice to catch fish is going nowhere. I can't keep this up. The risk of damaging my one good arm is too great, especially knowing that my challenge is to head out of here soon. Sleeping during these winter nights is at best a few minutes here and there while I try to keep from freezing. So in the noonday sun, I catch an hour of sleep while I can. But the sun may not last long.
Oh man, has my energy ever drained? It's just hard to put one foot in front of the other right now and keep moving. But that's what you gotta do. You gotta have that firewood, gotta keep the fire going. And with one arm, survival is definitely extremely tough. But there still is one thing I can do with one arm. I can play with my harmonica. To Les Stroud, from the students of Sawmill Valley Public School. Oh yeah. Ooh.
3 days without food. I think I'll call it a night. The weather today was perfect for travel. Tomorrow, I'll try to take a stab at leaving. That way I won't be late, which would worry the rescue crew.
It's too cold. Too cold.
My plans were to leave, but Mother Nature had other plans for me.
Oh, it's all about the cold. Another frigid night. Clouds came in. They brought with them a storm. Winds blowing fiercely from the south, making this protected little shelter into an exposed shelter.
It's 4 days now without food, and I get barely an hour of sleep each night. I'm tired of dealing with a fake injury. The sling's coming off. I'd rather just get out of here. Back to warmth, back to food.
Might as well take a walk and check my snares anyway. Boy, this blew up real quick. I may not be getting anywhere. Not today.
If this storm keeps up, I'll be stuck at the plane wreck another night.
Got a snare up in here, I'll check. Check it out.
I had set this snare up only 12 hours before using the wires from the plane. Sometimes you get lucky.
Well, no, don't really know what to say. I hate to take the life of any animal, but in a matter of survival, then if it's a case of life or death, all creatures are fair game. Dinner. This is not easy weather. Just keep your lenses clean. The snow is getting finer and finer, and that's got me worried. Because I'll tell you, if this turns into freezing rain, well, I'm not traveling anywhere, that's for sure, and it'll be kind of miserable. Well, time to do the deed with the rabbit. More correctly, snowshoe hare. If you're still with me on this, what do you want to do now is take the rabbit's fur off, just like you're taking off a sock, and sort of a wet sock, like so that it rolls back on itself. It's actually much easier since he didn't freeze on me. If he was caught early in the night, he'd be frozen solid.
It's hard to get any word into this clown.
Just finish this. Oh! Oh, my hands are just frozen. Hang on.
If you can capture game this big, there are many more uses for them other than food.
Oh, that's cold. Okay. Well, I said to take it off like a sock. It's because fur on the inside, we now have essentially a sock. Well, I'm going to save you the grossness of taking the guts out and get this guy cooking. Well, my fear has come to pass. The snow has turned into freezing rain. So there's really not much I can do but sit here and cook this rabbit, try to stay out of the rain in my little shelter here.
After 4 days without food, it's easy to get over the sadness of killing an animal and attend to the most basic of human needs, the need for food. This is where my filmmaking and my actual survival meet.
Oh, in case you haven't noticed, I completely abandoned the whole one-arm survival thing. That's enough of that, man. Now, I just want to get this food into my stomach. Then I want to try and get out of here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be so nice. Look at this. Ah. Now, this is going to taste good. Wow. Rabbit is a good survival food in the fact that they're not hard to catch. However, there is a thing called rabbit starvation. See, they're completely lean, no fat. And if you eat nothing but rabbits, so you catch a couple of dozen and exist over the next month or so eating nothing but rabbits, you bring yourself into protein poisoning. You've got to get fat somehow. But that's because most people don't continue to eat the internal organs and the brain and the eyes and even the bones. And you can bet I'm going to finish off every little bit of this rabbit tonight. Well, it was freezing rain or snow all night long. Fire's pretty much out. A few coals, that's about it. Maybe it's time I make my way out of here.
5 days, and finally my chance to get going. I can use what I broke off of the plane to help me travel, and the rescue crew will come in later to clean up the mess. I lost a full day due to the bad weather. It would have been nice to get another snowshoe hare or two, but at least eating one, bones and all, has renewed my spirit and energy. The weather may slow my progress yet. If I don't make it back on my own, the rescue crew will come looking for me. I hate it when that happens.
Weather turned pretty nasty here late in the day. I'd love to be able to build a nice rock shelter with covering and everything, but you know what? I'm on the move, and I think rather than put the energy into building a big shelter, I'm going to put the energy into gathering a big whack of firewood And if I have to, I'll just sit beside the fire all night.
I've got a pace going that'll keep me warm without the risk of sweating. A 14-hour-long night requires a lot of heat.
A piece like this makes for a great base for a fire to start off with. It's pretty hard to get a fire going right on the snow. It sucks the moisture right up. Got big wood, got the base, got my little spot. Tinder.
It's a risky decision to make, but I think the effort of trying to build a solid shelter would be better put into maintaining a big fire. There's a lot of easy wood nearby. Perhaps a little unorthodox for the survival manuals, but I know it can work.
That's the right stuff. Oh, more freezing rain.
Without the battery and gasoline, it's now my chance to see if my plan for fire will work out.
Remember the cloth that I charred? Now is when it has to help me. And along the way, I stopped to get a drink just in a little stream bed. I looked and saw some different rocks there, and I just tried a couple with my axe. Sure enough, I've got one rock here that made a spark off the axe. So I'm just holding the axe just right above it. Let's see if I can. Come on. Uh-oh. Come on, baby. Oh yeah. Look at that. Okay. I don't want to mess around too much, but I will show you. All right. Put it in my cedar. Oh, that's beautiful. Yes, indeed. Once you got the flame, birch bark time. Nothing takes a flame better than birch bark. Even when it's soaking wet, it burns well.
The bark of a birch tree is loaded with oils.
See that? That was just a rock right from here in Temagami. Some cloth that I charred that came off the airplane, and my axe. Fire.
It takes a big, hot fire to make it through the night. Size does matter.
All right, have a look at what I'm trying to follow. It's really faint in this overcast, but you could just barely see old snowmobile tracks.
This weather is crazy. It goes from bright and sunny and sometimes cold, very cold, to rain, to cloudy. It's changing nearly every hour. Kind of a weird week. Well, I'm following a snowmobile trail. But that's no guarantee of rescue. Up here, you could walk for more than a week on established trails and never see a soul.
I am very, very lucky that I had that thaw a few days back packing the snow. It means I can get by without needing snowshoes, as long as I still have a trail to follow. 2 feet to either side of this trail, and I'm thigh-deep in snow. The trail seems endless, but it's almost impossible for the human psyche not to continue on, ever moving forward, believing that salvation lies just around the next corner. It's a dangerous mantra. And now I've broken one of my own cardinal rules. I've warmed up, but I let myself get wet with sweat. Stopping now without a ready-made shelter or fire, and I could easily freeze. Sticking to the trails means I shouldn't get lost, even in the dark.
So what am I doing walking around in the frigid night air of a northern Ontario winter? Well, I made a decision. See, it's the 6th night. Tomorrow's the 7th day. I'm supposed to be making my way out of here tomorrow. So I figured rather than sleep 15-minute intervals, my mouth's frozen, all night long, oops, I just keep walking. See, I can't get lost if I follow these snowmobile trails. Then I should be good to go, as long as I don't hit a lake. I can sleep tomorrow in the sun, and I'm awake anyway. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter.
Well, I made it through the night. As exhaustion sinks into my bones, it's all about the constant push forward, out of the cold, away from the wind. My thoughts are of warm places and hot food. Sometimes, I think my production team is waiting for the chance to film my failure to survive. Perhaps hoping that they will be there to catch Survivor Man, face down in the snow, frozen solid, one hand on the camera, tape still rolling. For now, since I'm still a few miles from civilization, they get their chance at a small rescue. I'm sure they'll never let me live this one down. I think I could have made it back before night falls again, but I'll take the lift when I can get it. This is one frostbitten Canadian boy, happy to go home.